I hereby call the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee to order. Ms. Smith, may we have roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Ford Sr.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
Chair Walker.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda, and that is item number 1, a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. President McGowan, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Today, we're presenting $67 million of expenditures that were recently approved by the board, seeking your approval for those expenditures today. We have 11 items to discuss. The first is a large request for $56 million over 5 years. This is for electric distribution and transmission construction maintenance. This is with Davis H. Elliott. This is for 17 additional electric overhead line crews, comprising about 80-some people. These are all local crews that help us. As you know, we have invested heavily in catching up on our deferred maintenance, catching up on replacing outdated infrastructure, and doing our once-in-a-generation grid modernization effort. So the Davis H. Elliott crews are helping us to catch up and do those things while our crews do the grid modernization. So I know the question will be, why not hire these folks? This is a temporary measure until we finish grid modernization, which is slated to be completed by 2030 or so. And so the other benefit of having these folks here is when we have storm restoration, essentially we have double the workforce that we would normally have. Otherwise, we'd be calling them in from out of town. So this continues the contract with them for the next 5 years. The next is a 15-ton digger derrick truck in the amount of $369,000. This is a normal replacement for us. We have about 17 of these in our inventory, and we're replacing this one here according to our normal replacement plan that we have presented to you before in the past. This is consistent with what we had planned for in our budget this year. The next is Class 8 cab and chassis trucks. We are buying 12 of them. We have about 200 of these in our inventory, and again, according to our plan for replacement through our mechanic shop, this is consistent with what we have budgeted for this year, and this completes our purchase for the year, our planned purchase for these replacement trucks. The others will be disposed of through auction. This is a Fast Charge Tennessee network in the amount of $294,000. This is our portion of a grant that is being paid 80% through the state of Tennessee to install 2 DC fast charge stations. One will be in the Midtown area. If you know where Mr. Turley's development is there, the Union Station near UTHSC, and the other will be out in the area of Collierville. This will provide 4 chargers at each one of these stations. Why those locations? They were determined by the state of Tennessee as a part of the Charge Across America network to make sure there's chargers within a specific distance. So we were very constrained as to where we could put these, and we're installing them here and trying to get them installed by this summer. So again, 80% of the cost of this is borne by the state, 20% by MLGW. Next is funding in amount of $1.8 million to Mason's Professional Cleaning Services. This is an extension through 2027. This is the cleaning service. We have many facilities at MLGW. They clean all of them for us. This contract covers all of it, including the new property at Goodlet Farms Parkway that we purchased, though they're only cleaning about 1/10 of the total, or excuse me, about 1/15 of the total area out there. Excuse me, 15% of the total building, but we're adding some money so they can clean that for us. The next is independent claims adjuster service in the amount of $15,000. These are the claims adjusters who help us recover funding for MLGW in the case of property loss. And so about $1 million a year is what this $15,000 yields for us. Yes. Next is continuing our medical coverage in the amount of $1 million for the next 2 years through Cigna Health and Life. It's a 2-year extension to our current medical plan. This is the administrative cost for them to administer that for us. And the next is consistent with that. It's our dental insurance, continuing that for another 2 years. And the total requested amount of funding there is $5,700,000. MLGW pays only about 20% of the dental costs, and our employees pay the rest, and retirees pay all of the 100% of the premium. But our staff and retirees are happy with the medical plan we have, so we're going to continue that for 2 years. And then we'll be in the process, as you know, it's a complex process to move forward with an RFP for the next successful bidder for our health care. So you'll expect that in about 2 years' time. Next is funding in the amount of $238,000 for out-of-town travel insurance. This covers about 80 of our MLGW vehicles who travel out of state to pick up parts or to go visit other areas. Why do we have out-of-town insurance? Because in the state of Tennessee, we're covered under tort liability. We're self-insured. Outside of the state of Tennessee, we do not have that same coverage, so we need to have some policy coverage for when we're traveling out of state in case there's an accident. Next are 2 salary requests. First is $168,000 for the Director of Billing and Payment Services. As a result of our improvements in the delayed and held billing, we have restructured our billing and payment services. We have interested in hiring a very well qualified Director of Billing and Payment Services, and so that is subject to your approval of the salary. We'll be able to extend an offer to a successful candidate who responds to our solicitation for this position. And the last is a request for salary approval for Vice President of Corporate Safety. I will tell you, we have not had ever a Vice President of Corporate Safety. We are a very large construction company at MLGW. We have about 2,700 employees. The very vast majority are in the field doing very hazardous work. Just to put this in context, I have reduced the total number of vice presidents at MLGW by 2 since I have been there. And so that gives me the opportunity to add corporate safety vice presidents. So I still will have less vice presidents than I've ever had at MLGW. So I'm reducing that kind of overhead at the VP level so that I could add this vice president of corporate safety. I'll give you a preview at the next council meeting. We're also replacing our VP of HR, which we haven't had since August. So we're looking to hire that too. So again, subject to your approval of this salary, I will extend an offer to a successful candidate who has applied for the position. This is critically important for us. We've had I've done a deep dive into safety since I've been there. Some of the metrics we're kind of following the trailing metrics. I want to be in front of this and have leading metrics, and this is going to allow us to invest heavily and have focus on safety because what we do is relatively hazardous at MLGW. So subject to your questions, that's all I have for the consent agenda items.
Thank you, President McGowan. Let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. And in the queue, we have Dr. Warren. You're recognized.
Yeah, people are going to. Thank you, Ms. McGowan. I agree that it seems like you're going to definitely need someone to be looking after safety. This relatively dangerous stuff they're doing is highly dangerous.
Highly dangerous.
Okay,
That's right,
so
yes.
at least in my mind, if I was out there, I'd probably be, fried. But looking at this salary, that's a high salary. Can you talk about why that's necessary to
Sure.
To get someone who's got the qualifications to be able to pull this off?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So we do this based on the market, according to the utility industry, the public utilities that we serve. That's all the co-ops and the public municipal utilities around the area. So we have Korn Ferry, who is a HR consulting firm that does salary studies for us, and they make sure we have comparables out there. Then we look at what is kind of the midpoint of the salary. We don't start anybody above the midpoint. We start everybody essentially at the midpoint or below, so there's room for improvement. MLGW, I just want to provide some context. In addition to what they suggest is the competitive salaries in the utility industry for this kind of position, MLGW remains a bargain for our ratepayers. I just want to provide you some overall context, and bear with me for just 1 second. If you were to look at the number of dollars that you pay for your executive leadership as a percentage of your total revenues, at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, if you look at the total number of revenues and look at just the vice president's salary, out of every $100 that our ratepayers pay, 18 cents goes to pay for our executives. All of our executives. So now that doesn't give you anything to compare to. The next lowest in all of the Tennessee Valley, 40 cents per $100 goes to pay for their executives. The average is about 80 cents per $100 goes to pay for executives at other utilities. Ours is 18 cents per our total revenue stream that goes to pay for our executives. And there are some that go up to $1.60 per $100 that pay for their executives. So we have a large organization, but we are lean at the top, and we represent an incredible value for our customers in that we don't have an overinflated percentage of money that you pay for our leadership executives across 3 utilities. And the other thing I'll say, Councilman Warren, is that important to note that many of those ratios I just gave you, they have one service, that's electric service. They don't have water and gas as well, and street lights. So we do represent, and these salaries, yes, I understand. And I will also tell you that because I've reduced those vice president positions, this is lower compensation than we've had as well at the vice president level. So we try to be competitive so we can attract the right folks. We represent a bargain. I'm very sensitive to that. The last thing I'll say is, Councilman, the last time we did a search for an HR chief, I did internal and external. I did a nationwide search. I had 4 excellent candidates who we would have all stood up and said, this is the right person. And when I offered them, I said, here's the salary. They're like, no, thank you. They needed significantly more than that to be in the market for what they were looking for. So
Is that what took you so long to get a new HR person?
We hired an internal person who decided after about 6 months that she wanted to do something different. And so we went back out to the market. I made it very clear to the people, we're not considering that today, that'll be the next meeting, but I made it very clear, here is the salary band that I can offer. I can't offer anything more than what our consultants say is competitive for the market. I have a constraint on what I can offer our VPs. There's by charter, they can't make more than me, but they all, in that other case, they all wanted significantly more than I make, and that's just a non-starter through the charter. So there's a lot of constraints. I understand it is a relatively high salary compared to some other salaries that we have here, but in the market, it is on the very low end of what other utilities pay for and it's a competitive market. There's folks leaving to go to other utilities as well. So for us to retain talent here, we need to be able to be competitive in the market.
It sounds like that potentially could be a problem as we move forward. So, I mean,
Sure.
Do we have to give you a raise to be able to hire other people?
I'm not going to be the person that advocates for that, Councilman.
I know you're not, but I'm just trying to figure out if we can't get people to do these jobs because we're limiting you with what you're making, that may be where we need to go.
Well, I will tell you have dedicated folks here. No one's going to say that they're not fairly compensated here, but I think that as that happens across the industry, especially the attention the energy industry is getting today, it's going to become more and more and more competitive. There will be a compression issue with the CEO, whoever that happens to be in the future, if the charter doesn't change about that. My suggestion on that would be let's have the MLGW board examine any issues like that and bring you all a recommendation that you all
do they need to bring a
consider.
charter change to us, or does that have to go to voters?
Well, they would have to bring that to you all, sir. It's not a charter change. They would have to bring you any recommendation of salary increase, not a charter change. You all decide that, but I think that's something we can decide in the future. For now, we're in the window of being competitive for these salaries. I just want to make sure that I appreciate you asking that, and I'll have my board do good collaboration and bring you any recommendation that they may have. I have 2 years left on my appointment that you all have, so we have a little bit of time to work on that. And so I appreciate you bringing that up, but I'll have to make sure the board does a thorough examination and brings you something that's fully vetted so you can consider it in the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. McGowan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Let the record show that Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman Logan have joined us. And next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, President McGowan. I have 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
That locally, are we having a hard time, and Councilman Warren answered one of the questions that I was going to inquire about. But locally, for this position here, are we having a hard time finding someone locally in the Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas area?
The candidates, well, I'll be frank, for this specific safety position, the candidates are all from this particular area because we have in the public power model in the Tennessee Valley, that covers 7 states. And the candidates who are competitive for this are all from within that area. In fact, the leading candidates are from the state of Tennessee and obviously eager to come and be a part of Memphis. If they weren't Memphis natives, they want to come be a part of what we have happening here. On the HR side, we had traction from all over the country. The folks who were the most competitive are local folks here from the area. Some of them may have been Memphians before and moved away and they've come back. But so we have a good talent pool here. Sometimes we constrain ourselves just in the city of Memphis, but the talent pool from the utility industry from across the Tennessee Valley is pretty strong. We are competing nationally for that talent pool. But when we do our market survey, we compare us to the folks in kind of our catchment area here. So,
My second is I'd just like to know about the lead. A couple months ago, about the lead
Okay.
project. Where are we, and how are we moving forward with that? Getting
Okay.
these houses.
Oh,
up to date?
absolutely. Okay.
I can talk on that.
Yeah, very good. So we were a little more aggressive with Councilman Warrens. He built a new house, put new lines in, and our team was ready to go check his lines because there was some discrepancy in the record. But so a couple of things. I'll just mention this, Councilwoman. Thank you for asking that. I just want to level set everybody since we have a minute. Lead is something that we want to get out. It's in our paint from before the 1979s. So it can be in some of the pipes before it was outlawed by the EPA in 1986. In Shelby County, prior to the mid-1970s, Shelby County outlawed it as a material to use. So if your house is built after the 1970s, there's no danger of you having lead because it wasn't allowed to be used. On the public side, MLGW stopped using lead service lines in the 1950s. So if your house was built after 1950, there will not be a lead service line that MLGW installed. So what we are doing are two things. Number one, we're removing the lead service lines that MLGW had that were installed prior to 1950. We have been doing that since 2012, and we have removed more than 15 or 20,000 of those so far. We probably have about 15,000 of those to go. We're doing about 2,000 a year. On the side between the meter and the house, that's what your contractor installs when they built your house. We finished a pilot last year, and this year we have money enough through the state to do about 500 to 600 homes. We're replacing the private side using that state money with services that we know to be constructed of lead, or we suspect to be constructed of lead, where we replace the MLGW lead service line. Now, the state has a revolving loan fund. We have laid claim to that. We have asked for $10 million a year for each of the next 5 years to help us with that lead service line on the private side. And I do want to be clear, we are asking this because the majority of people in Shelby County do not have lead service lines. And if we were to use ratepayers' money to do this, everybody else would be paying for us to replace it on the private side. So we're trying to use as much federal grant and state money as we can to do this work. Probably won't be enough, so we'll have to come to you for a solution in the future. But we are making progress on the private side. So that's about 500 that will get done this year. We'll request the 10 million from the state. We should be able to double the number that we do. The other thing that's important to note about this, we're very pleased that we were able to put an RFP out for a local contracting firm, for a local contractor who's doing this work for us. So that's additional employees that they're hiring to go do this work. So it is an uplift in the job market so these contractors can hire local people to do this lead service work. So we're on a path. The Trump administration has said that they're going to stick with the Biden administration's guidance to remove all these by 10 years from now. That's an aggressive timeline. There's not enough federal money. They think it's about $90 billion all in to do this across the country, and they've allocated $15 billion. So we're working with the state. We're working with the state revolving loan fund and looking for resources to be able to get this done. I will tell you that we are the first utility in the state that is aggressively doing this. We have asked for, basically I just told the state, if nobody else is laying claim to the money, we'll take it all. And we'll do it all here. There are other folks that say, well, it's private side, it's not our responsibility. We think we have an obligation here to at least show the way and lead the charge. So that's what we're doing. Councilwoman, I have a full presentation. We'll give you a full update on that, and but that's where we are.
All right, and I just thought of one more thing.
Yeah.
As you were talking and as I was sitting here, I know that the bills are extremely high, and we have a lot of customers that are really are unable to adjust to what their bill is now showing because of the cold weather. And I know that we have programs that have been put in place. However, the customers, because I saw 2 or 3 on television talking about them not being home at the time,
Right.
them not being present at the time, and they could not understand the increase. It's like it doubled
Right.
increase. And so one person went back to 2005 and said, looked at their water usage, and then they looked at their electric usage, and nothing had really changed but the dollar amount. And so are you experiencing high call volumes, just trying to get to understand the usage from 2025 to what it is now?
Yeah.
Or is there any part of your MLGNW doing any investigation? Because that's kind of strange if the usage of the water and the electricity is the same as 2025, but the bill has doubled. And I know there was another increase. I have not forgotten that part of it. Because I'm getting a lot of calls, and I am directing them to, protocol. I'm trying to do protocol before, but just kind of publicly, express what you're really doing. And I know there are programs out there trying to help the customers. But however, when someone is not home and they're not using that amount of electricity, what are we doing as far as, is there an investigation goes in that part? Do we send someone out there to investigate and to look at the meters and then convey that information from your side to the customer?
I thank you for asking that question, man, because absolutely we take action on every one. I'm going to give you 3 specific examples that were all in the news. One of the customers said that her bill doubled and went, to $1,000. What was untold is that she had a $500 balance from the previous month that was not paid. So her actual charges were $400, but she carried forward $500 from the previous month that wasn't paid, and then claimed, I have a $1,000 bill, which is not true. Her consumption was consistent with what it was. So we do an investigation. We talk to the customers there. Another customer did have a very high electric consumption, and and we checked the meter. It was operating perfectly. And we went to check her apartment. And when our technician was in there, he noticed that she has a very old apartment, and he was hearing a loud noise from the blower motor, and they turned the air conditioning off to try to do some investigation. And I want to be clear, this is well beyond what we're supposed to be doing in the house, but he's trying to help the customer, and found that this motor never turned off. And she said, yeah, it's been doing that for about a month or so. We relayed that to the apartment complex, and the apartment complex said, yes, that's our fault for maintenance, and we're going to take care of that for you. So they're going to fix it, and don't worry about the bill. It's our fault that the bill went high. On the customers, several people have said the customers are not home. Now, remember, your heating system doesn't care whether you're home or not. It depends on whether your thermostat and your utilities are on. One customer who said, I wasn't even there, I've been in a hotel. Yes, she was in a hotel because her house was being renovated. The doors are wide open, the utilities are on, the heat's on, the electric's on, the water's on, while the construction company's doing renovations inside the home. We check the meters, we check the consumption, and absolutely turn things off, the meter stops, turn things on, the meter starts again. So there is actual consumption. Even though the resident isn't there, there's a construction company doing work inside the home. So that level of detail we do on all of these to make sure that our customers know, look, I don't want to charge you one more dollar than I need to. I want to make sure that you're getting everything you pay for. And so we do a detailed dive in all of these. Mr. Davis's team and our customer service folks go out there and meet the customers where they are to talk through them. And typically we get to a pretty good resolution, whether it's the customer who had the additional bill from the month before. What can we do to spread that out? And there are some customers who said, boy, my bill went up from November to December to January. We're like, yes, it did, because it got colder. We actually go back and our team compares them to previous years and say, to your point, your consumption, here's what your consumption was, and it's relatively consistent from year to year based on those cold months. So are we going to be 100% perfect? No, but we look at those ones that are in the news. Anything you send to us, we're going to investigate and make sure that we have a clean answer on what that was. And if it looks like it's our fault, then we're going to make an adjustment for the customer. If it looks like it's not, we had a customer that said, my water bill is incredibly high. We went over, our meter technician said, yep, that water register just stopped working. He replaced the register. We immediately gave a customer a credit on her bill for that use. So if it looks like it's our fault, we're going to give them credit back, and we're going to do an investigation every time.
Thank you. And one more, I just thought of another one. Every time you say something, and I'll be done, Madam Chair, the penny program,
Yes.
are people automatically,
Share the pennies?
yeah, are they automatically in that program? Was that a program a couple years ago? And I was just trying to do some investigation.
It is, yeah.
That you just automatically put people in that program without their consent, or do they have to opt out?
They have to opt out when city council, so this was a city council-led program. Councilwoman Robinson put Share the Pennies program in, and that's how it was originally crafted, was that customers have to opt out of Share the Pennies. So hear me now. If you're a customer and you don't want to participate in Share the Pennies, which is just a roundup to the next dollar, and that money all goes to weatherization for customers who have older homes with high bills, so it helps them with their weatherization. Then you can opt out through my account. You can go into our customer service, any of our community centers, community offices, and opt out of that. But now Plus One is another program that's opt-in, and you can add money to your bill to help people
Correct.
with assistance. So there's one is an opt-out and one is an opt-in.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, we'll hear from Councilman Ford Senior. You have the floor.
I was going to say, but good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. President, I just want to commend you and your group, okay? I've been here a long time. You're the only one that have made all these different changes for the better. I've been here, what, 20-something, almost 30 years?
Started when you were 17, sir.
Huh?
You must have started when you were 17.
You got to put quite a few more. I'm 70 years old, going on 71. Yeah, still here. Both been dead about 15 years ago with the job that I do. But I'm still here for some reason. I don't know. But like I said, I just got to commend you. Now, you brought up something which I was going to bring up. City of Memphis, we have light, gas, and water.
Yes, sir.
All these other places, like you say, utility, everything is usually separate. When you're trying to hire somebody too, you got to look at all of those different things because we're doing it all in one.
Yes, sir.
Whereas everywhere else, and I have a place in Mobile, everything is separated. But when you start adding up what they do down there, it's more than up here.
Yes, sir. We still are the largest three-sector municipal utility in the country. We have about 1,010,000 meters that we monitor, electric, gas, and water.
Good. Then you end up saying your appointment is 2 more years, right?
That's what I have left. You guys approved me about 3 years, or the prior council approved me about 3 years ago. So December of 2027 is when my appointment's up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so don't even think about retiring, okay? Please don't do that because,
sir.
like I said, hey, I see the difference. I don't know if other people see the difference or if they want to see the difference.
Well,
But since you have taken this particular office, hey, we've seen the difference. You brought everybody in that's perfect.
thank you, sir.
You know, and like gas and water, your employees, they got a hell of a job. We had an ice storm once before. No, not that far back. You ain't got to go that far back. Okay? We were blessed this time. We had all that ice and nothing really was on the lines outside.
Right.
We were really blessed. My lights were off in the neighborhood. People were complaining. They're not doing it fast enough. Okay? Finally, they got to our neighborhood. It was nighttime. Where it was, when they had to fix was actually back in where they had to try to get up in there. But my driveway, the way it's shaped, where they were, my headlights helped them. I stayed in my car 5 hours running my car to give them some light because my headlights went straight to help them. They never stopped until they were finished. 5 hours. That's why I said they got a hell of a job.
Sure.
But I learned then, be patient. Okay? Because what they do, they're going to do it and then move further and move further and move further.
Yeah.
But I did that, and it helped because it was dark and they had their little light, but my lights, and I put them on high beam. Hey, really helped them kind of probably speed everything up a little bit better.
We got great folks and got great customers. Everybody's great stuff on the front lines out there, especially. And I appreciate you saying all that, those kind words, Councilman. Look, I love what I do, and so it's a privilege to serve everybody.
Appreciate you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And finally, from yours truly, President McGowan, have we had an update recently on Goodlett Farms Parkway?
Not recently, man. We closed on that building in December. Our team the engineers are going through and they're making the design for that control room right now. So actually tomorrow I have an update on where we are with the design of the control room and the emergency operations center. So it is now MLGW's possession. Smith and Nephew, the former owner of the building, still has about a third of the building occupied with their employees. They're renting it from us for the next 2 years or so. And so part of the cleaning contract you saw today is they cleaned it for the first 6 months. We now have the contract for cleaning. They're going to pay us some common area maintenance, which will help offset that cost. While over the next 2 years, we'll be building out that new system operations center and the emergency operations center. So I'll give you an update. And when
At the next meeting, that'll be great.
Sure, yeah, I can do that and tell you what's planned for out there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sounds great. And I can have Allison to follow up with a reminder.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Have to.
Okay, if there's nothing else, this will go downstairs for a positive recommendation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Seeing there are no other questions and comments from this committee.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a comment real quick. President McGowan was just looking at me. We're going to discuss security cameras on light poles, and we may have something for that coming up soon.
Sounds great.
Thank you, President McGowan. He was just making sure he got back with me. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Walker? Present. Councilwoman Logan? Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Present. And Councilman Spinoza? Here. Councilman Warren?
Also present.
And Councilman Ford?
Thank you. Today, colleagues, we're going to have a brief update on the Sheraton Hotel to let everyone know where we are with that. As you all know, this is a very important thing as far as our downtown development is concerned. I do have a question on that picture that's in the top left because I'm trying to figure out where that red building is. It's right behind I guess the dock. Is this like AI generated photos, what I want to know. So y'all tell me where that red building is. That square there? Anybody have any idea what that is? Okay. Bill Street Landing. It's on top of Bill Street Landing? Okay, I just have never noticed that before. All right, thank you. Go ahead, and you guys have the floor. Name and address for the record. Thank you.
David Lewis with Carlisle Development, 1 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Avenue.
Stephen Callagher with the same address, 1 Dr. Martin Luther King Avenue.
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure.
Gentlemen, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll allow Stephen and David to go through the presentation to give us an update on the project.
Sure. So I'm assuming everyone had an opportunity to review the slide presentation. We won't go into all the details that are contained in the slide presentation, but overall, we've been charged with renovating and converting this hotel to a Marriott hotel. What that entails is bringing it up to today's standards for Marriott. So it will be a great representation of the brand, not just for the city of Memphis, but also for Marriott hotels in general.
So is Marriott a higher brand than Sheraton?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It is the core brand for Marriott International. And the reason that we chose that was we wanted to stay within the Marriott family. Sheraton is now owned by Marriott, but quite frankly, the Sheraton brand is not what it used to be. Marriott is well above that in terms of its perception and, in our opinion, the quality of what we want to deliver for the convention center in the city of Memphis. So in undertaking that renovation and conversion, we also looked at what could we do to make this hotel more relevant today than it has been in the past, which includes reorienting the entrance to the hotel so that it interacts and complements the convention center much better than it does today. Today, the entrance to the hotel, the porte cochere, is on the north side. We're moving that to the southwest side, directly across the street from the entrance to the convention center. So if you see where the connector is on the second floor, the main entrance is going to be just to the south of that. We're also adding some meeting space. That'll be new construction. That'll entail a 14,800 square foot ballroom that'll be on the second floor, and we're expanding the junior ballroom to make that about 7,800 square feet. So a total square footage of meeting space about 32,000 square feet. We also are looking at everything that we can do from an exterior point of view to make that hotel much more attractive than it is today. Part of that will be new construction, particularly on the first through, let's say, fourth floors. So that'll be on that south side where you see it today up on the screen, really making that much more appealable to the public. And then we're also going to make some adjustments to the towers as well.
Is that particular architectural design sort of brutalism, or what would you call that?
I'm not. Maybe that's the appropriate word.
I mean, that's a type of architecture,
Yeah.
you know, from that time period.
Yeah,
just not exactly sure how you can fix what's there, but I'd really like to see you try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so today what we have is conceptual plan of how we're going to orient the building and how we're going to manipulate the space. We hope to have some renderings in the near future that will show what we expect the exterior to look like, and that should answer some of those questions. I'm gonna turn this over to David and let him explain just how we're undertaking this design. The city closed on the hotel in November, so it took us a minute, especially during the holidays, to get our consultants in place to really examine the building and everything about the building, from the roof to the systems. And there's virtually nothing that we are not going to touch in this renovation and conversion.
I think that's a really important point for the citizens to understand, is this particular hotel is in dire need of
Correct.
help, and nobody was coming in to do that until we decided we would do it, and it's right next to our convention center. If we didn't, we'd be in trouble. Let the record show that Councilwoman Logan is here, and please continue.
So prior to closing on the hotel, we had underwent a selection process for an architect. That was done. We had engaged them on a limited basis for concept work before the closing, which we knew was imminent. So we had a little bit of a head start. So the concept work has been done, which is in this package. Just identifying what's going to happen to the ground floor, where the new meeting space is going to go, how the new entrance is oriented, and how people are going to get in and out of the hotel. We also engaged consultants in the process very early. So over the last 6 to 8 weeks, we've had exterior envelope consultants, kitchen and laundry equipment, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, civil engineer. All of them have been in the building, surveying what's there, what's mechanical equipment, plumbing, electrical, what's at the end of its service life, what can we keep in place and save budget on. So that's been ongoing. We've got a set of schematic design documents that will be issued in April that will incorporate the design work required by the Marriott Property Improvement Plan and the additional meeting space and the reorientation that we've talked about and all the other priorities that the mayor and his administration have communicated to us, as well as knowing what the market really is demanding for a convention hotel now. And that schematic design document set will be issued in April. That will have these concept drawings, the exteriors, and narratives on all those systems we talked about, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, so that the construction manager can then take that set of documents, go get pricing, and we'll have a new idea, a better idea of what the construction will cost. Meanwhile, we have taken proposals from purchasing agents who will assist in purchasing all of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, all the operating supplies, and they will start to run numbers on what the furniture is going to cost. That's the big piece is the construction. The next big piece is all the furniture for roughly 600 keys, lots of meeting space. Almost all the furniture in the hotel is end of life or beyond, so it's all being replaced. The kitchen equipment, for the most part, is being replaced, and we're adding banquet kitchen facilities as well. So there will be a lot of purchasing in addition to the construction. So as we work from that April set of documents into May, that's when we'll probably have a much better picture of cost estimates. We'll get the financial pro formas updated at that time and have a new financial package that will more accurately show the path between where we are in May and where we need to be for a bond sale and closing beginning of next year. So the design process goes through the holidays this year. The contractor that we select will then price that set of documents. That set of documents will be submitted for permit plan review, and then early 2027 we'll have all that wrapped up and can start construction.
Colleagues, I can tell you when I came on the council, we were told by the people that owned this hotel, Sheraton, that they were going to be putting money in and doing updates and things along that line, and that never really happened. So I think that's why we are where we are today. Thank you for that. So looking at this, you're saying that we're hoping to be finished and have this hotel updated, I think in that packet I read by 2029.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Early
Okay, so this is going to take 3 years to do this amount of construction, and we're going to have to float bonds to do this. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the strategy that we're looking at today is through a 501c3 that would actually sell those bonds as opposed to the city of Memphis's 501c3.
So we've got that mechanism that we set up when we started this process, the nonprofit 501c that's going to do the bonds, get this thing up to snuff, and then that 501c is going to put this hotel back on the market for people to buy. Is that correct?
Well, they'll actually own the hotel throughout the bond life.
The bond life.
It's for the benefit of the city of Memphis. So once the bonds are paid for annually, any leftover cash flow benefits the city, comes to the city. Once the bonds are paid for completely, the ownership reverts to the city. The city could, at that point, sell the hotel on the private market if they so choose. Of course, at that, during that life cycle of 30 years, there'll be other renovations, which part of the underwriting undertakes those reserves so that this hotel maintains that quality throughout the life of the bonds. I also wanted to point out that I know there's been a lot of discussion, at least in the public, how does this cost so much, right? And you have to understand that this hotel was built in two phases, once in the 80s and then in the 2000s. We're not just renovating what you can touch and feel. We're renovating systems that the public or a guest expects to work, right? So you expect the heat to work. You expect the air conditioning to work. You expect the elevators to work, all the plumbing. Those are things that cost money and haven't been touched in a long, long period. So we're touching all of that. We're renovating all of that. As David said, the kitchen equipment is all being replaced because it's end of life. Now, we're mindful of a budget, and we're just not going to spend money unwisely, but we're also not going to do something that is on the cheap side, right? So as you look at some of the renderings that were provided previously before our involvement or the city's involvement, quite frankly, a lot of that was unaffordable. It looked good, right? But the idea that you're going to completely reskin the building with glass is very cost prohibitive. Now, we are going to undertake doing things to make it much more attractive, but we realize that we're trying to work within a budget. And our hope is to get this ahead of schedule and under budget. I mean, that's really our job. We're going to work our hardest to make sure that we do that, and hopefully we can improve upon the schedule. Now, the hotel is going to remain open during this, but we're going to work closely with the other hotels within the city of Memphis. Everybody is on board to make this as best experience as possible during that construction period from 27 and 28. So we know we need to get this online by 2029.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of questions from other council people. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that the record does reflect that I've been here the whole time.
Sorry, I was
okay.
it was my mistake.
No
When I
problem.
saw that, I thought you'd come in. I didn't realize it was the queue.
No problem. And thank you all for the presentation, the update. I know the public is excited to hear the update. My question for you regarding the Riverline Hotel has to do with the design process, and I want to know what percentage of the renovation is a result of surveys and assessments and feedback from the groups that have come before, conventions that have reached out and have been here, their concerns or experiences, reviews, and what percentage is from you all reimagining a world-class hotel and what needs to happen there within the budget, of course, but making it, this is our convention hotel. The city began this undertaking to make certain that that hotel was is going to be a premier hotel. So, I looked at all of this, but it's hard for me to tell what is being added that is the value add. These things that I see are pretty much standard, but I don't know, in terms of the design and what your process and what people are asking for that will continue to attract those top-notch conventions and things like that. So if you could kind of let us know what's setting us apart in this design, and what percentage comes from the needs that have been asked, and what percentage comes from your reimagined world-class hotel. And some of the things particularly like the NBA, we have an NBA team, and some of the NBA players or teams have voiced that their experience here as it relates to hotels has not been the best. So what are we doing to just have that added value and within that budget that you have? So thank you. I yield back.
So I'll try to answer all these, and if I miss one, please let me know. We
Get a little bit more in front of the mic.
I'm sorry. We leverage all of the people that are involved in the hotel today. So that is Marriott International and their expertise with not just the city of Memphis, but all their convention center hotels. We also leverage the operator, Davidson Hotels. Now, Davidson did operate the hotel before. Another group came in to operate, and that's really where things went sideways. Davidson's a great operator, and they operate convention center hotels. So we also leverage their knowledge within the industry as well, and the input that they receive from group participants, convention participants. So not directly, but certainly indirectly, we are taking all of that information into consideration. And if I could, I don't know if I could skip ahead on the presentation to point out a few things, but so stop right there for a minute. This shows how we're reorienting the hotel. So as you see, A is the hotel entrance. That, of course, is to make it interact with the convention center better than it has before. Previously, it was somewhat of a, I don't want to say afterthought, but it just didn't really engage with the convention center. So that's direct input from conventioneers, right? The other thing we're adding is, if you see D, that's a ballroom. So we're going to add a 14,000 square foot, 14,800 square foot ballroom. And that will complement the convention center, not compete with the convention center. With the types of groups that we accommodate in the city of Memphis, social groups, sports teams, that will help tremendously. We're also adding an event lawn where on the north side where the surface parking at the hotel is today. Most of the parking is under the convention center, but that little amount of parking that we have, we're going to make that an event lawn, and that's going to help not just with groups coming in, but locally as well, all right? And so as we undertook all of this, we leveraged the knowledge of all the experts that we are dealing with. One of the things we're also doing is adding rooms, and if you could skip ahead to the next slide, one more, please. Keep going. I want to see where there. Oh, one more. There. Okay. So what you'll notice is there are some new guest rooms that are being built above the grand ballroom. And the reason we're doing that is we want to maintain the room count of around 600 rooms. We're going to lose some room count in the towers by adding suites. So to your point about NBA teams or conventions that we want to attract, we thought that was very important to give the hotel and the convention center, the suites to sell and attract that higher rated business that we wanted to come into the city of Memphis. Those will be in the towers, and they'll be at a higher level because the suites, you really want them to have a better view, and to get suites, we have to take some rooms out of the inventory. So we're going to add some rooms here. This also gives us the benefit of hosting sports groups, youth groups, that sort of thing, where you can isolate them in the hotel, and they won't disrupt the rest of the hotel. So I would say that we didn't undertake surveys with the public, but we had conversations with the operators and the brands about what is most important for a convention center hotel.
Right. No, and I didn't think you were handing out surveys
No,
to,
I understand.
to the people. I'm more so reviews, and the convention center staff, they are the ones that are trying to sell, and, their input, they have great insight as to what, the groups were asking for, what we're missing. So that's what I meant, but thank you for answering that. The second question it relates to access. I heard you say that, or did I hear you say the majority of the parking was going to be at the convention center? Because I know that you reorienting the entrance, that's a small little area there. So for folks coming there, to the hotel, the parking and access. Can you kind of share a little bit about that? And that's my last question.
Yeah, so it would be valet parking, which is what it is today.
It's in the back, right? It's on the north
there,
side.
there are two entrances actually to the convention center parking. One is off of Front Street, and then one is on the hotel property on the, it's really underneath the ballroom there. We're also adding an event entrance. So as we have, events that take place, it'll take pressure off the porte cochere, and that's just north, and you'll see it in the packet. It'll show that entrance.
Yeah.
We have a lease for the parking spaces, and we're going to maintain that lease as far as the parking is concerned.
So we're not adding any parking.
We are not adding any parking.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
I would add, when we brought our architect on board, we spent a lot of time on the property, including with Dean Dennis, who is
The soon-to-be leading director.
Soon to be, but and spent a lot of time with Dean and his team walking through the convention center and kind of back and forth between the hotels and talking about what their priorities might be, and how this property interacts with the convention center and how we can make those interactions better.
I'm glad to see that you all are taking a holistic approach and are considering all of that and working with the hotel. And I'm looking forward to see it unfold and your return with the design. So thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Madam
We're
Chair.
holding you.
Councilwoman Walker, you have the floor, and a gentleman realized that we were supposed to be through at 9:10, so be succinct in your answers, please. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regard to that southwest corner, and you were speaking about moving the entrance and the reasoning behind that, I'm clear on that, and I don't have an issue with that. But in that area, there's a restaurant. There has been a restaurant with a patio that empties out onto Main Street. Will that still be intact? Are you going to renovate the restaurant? Are you moving the restaurant, or just doing away with it at all?
The lobby gets completely reoriented, and if we can go maybe back one, so some of that building footprint exists now, and some of it is new. So
Actually, go back
one more back.
Right
Yep, there we go. So the restaurant will still sit at the corner, but even more prominently at the corner. So that will still be right there. It's all part of a reoriented lobby where you come in and you still walk in from Main Street, but that's also where the vehicle drop-off is. And then on Exchange, which is just to the right of the page, the city has some grant dollars to do improvements along Exchange and some other streets in the area. So we're taking advantage of that. We're working with them as a stakeholder to provide input on what we want that design to be so that it works really well for our hotel and convention guests. And so that restaurant will now have some patio space on Exchange versus on Main. And then we'll have lots of space on Exchange for landscaping and hardscaping and programmable events.
Okay, still have the patio. Thank you for that.
Yes.
And then can you briefly speak to what you're doing in regard to ADA compliance?
The ADA compliance is part of the property improvement plan from Marriott and part of our overall approach to the project. So we're looking at right-sizing the number of ADA accessible rooms, hearing impaired, visual impairment rooms, and doing a complete survey of the property to make sure that the sidewalks and the approaches and all of that is up to compliance. There are some areas of the hotel that they're questionable right now, so that will all be addressed by our architect, and we'll have an independent ADA consultant on the project as well.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Mr. Chair, this is, you all have already made reference to, the amount of money being spent on this project, and it's a lot of money. How do we know, at some point, how do we know who the vendors are going to be? We want to make sure that the contracts are as appropriate, as equitably distributed as possible with of course, minority and female participation. So how do we have access to that information? How are you going about that part?
Any sort of vendor or subcontract announcements we'll put in the different bid rooms around town, the different organizations that promote bids for all types of subcontractors and vendors, and we'll hold pre-bid meetings at different locations with our construction manager to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to provide proposals on the project. The major proposals are for instance, construction manager. Those go out as a formal request for proposal, and those have to be highly qualified, large firms based on the funding, risk profile requirements. But for subcontractors and vendors, those will be publicly announced, and we'll have public meetings to introduce those packages to those vendors and subcontractors.
Okay, so when you have the public meetings, can you all share that information with the council? And also, I'll have my analyst to follow up with you because I know we're running short for time. But I'm curious about that phrase, highly qualified. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Excellent questions. I think we are through with one more question from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank
Madam, you have the floor, ma'am.
Chairman, there's a couple questions, and I think that hopefully you all can ask. I think I heard you mention something about a package that you all will be delivering, because in the package, I want to see the development budget, I want to see the construction budget, and I would like to see the source and use budget, all that in the package. Just picking back off of what Councilwoman Walker said, because these are tax dollars funds. The second thing that has raised a red flag, and I called because I have a friend that's in the hotel business, the name change. The question I need to ask is, are we white flagged right now?
I'm not sure I understand that question. What does that mean?
Are we white flagged? That means the name has changed. And maybe Director Deputy John can answer that question for me. Because when a name change, are we still under the Marriott status?
Yes. The name change is temporary. It's just during our design and construction period. That was a requirement of entering into the franchise agreement with Marriott because the hotel does not meet any brand standards.
That's what I thought. And it loses its incentives. It loses its...
No, it's still on the Marriott reservation system.
So it's still under there?
Yes. It's what's called a gray label. And so
it's not a white label, it's a gray label. No, it's
gray label. So when you go on Marriott.com or Bonvoy.com, the hotel will show up. You will still get your points. And that we really wanted to make sure we maintain that, but it was really not our choice. Marriott dictated that we had to deflag it as a Sheraton, which they're doing not only to this hotel, but any Sheraton that's not meeting brand standards, which there are a lot of them. And that's why we wanted to get away from the Sheraton name. And so we came up with a temporary name that will last through construction, and then it will become the Marriott Hotel, downtown Memphis Renaissance Convention Center, fully engaged with Marriott International at that time.
So you will be presenting that package, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. We are not.
I would like, I think the council, I know
it's
we
just
see
not
the
ready yet.
architect part and the beauty part,
right.
But the business part, because these are taxpayers' dollars, and to making sure that when you are gray flagged or white flagged in a hotel, it loses certain kind of funding. Am I correct?
No, I mean, it still operates as a regular hotel. What funding are you speaking of?
Because you're using the taxpayers' dollars. I know what I'm talking about. But however, I want to make sure that we do not put this burden on the taxpayers' back. That is so very, very, very important to the citizens here in Memphis, and that's a lot of questions I'm getting. And I know that we've been here a long time, and I know they're ready to move forward because we need a good hotel. But also the business part is very important to me on how you handle the business part. That's very important because these are taxpayers' dollars. We want a state-of-the-art hotel. Yes, we do. And I don't care who owns it, who's doing it, and who names on it. The thing is, if we want to do business and we want to do business and we want to do good business, and we want to make sure that the city of Memphis has a good return and a good revenue on the dollars that are being used. And, you know, I'm just, make sure that the package has everything, the source of usage, the construction, the developers. I want to see, you know, just everything. I see John down, and I'm about to yield in just a minute. But those are questions that are important to the citizens and our taxpayer dollars. Who is supporting this project? I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think what I'm going to do is offline, I'm going to see if I can get Mr. Zena to sort of talk a little bit more about the funding of this, because I think this is a bond issue that's going to be going. So that's sort of how we're going to be funding it. And it's not ready for us to be able to talk all the details. All right, excellent. Any other questions? If not, I think we'll be adjourned. Thank you very much.
Here, good morning again, colleagues. It's Tuesday, March 3rd, and it is now 10 o'clock a.m. We're a little bit late. I hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Gia, please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we...
Oh, sorry, Councilwoman.
I was hiding from you behind it.
Oh, okay. All right. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda. And the first item is a discussion regarding the resolution approving the option to enter into a 50-year ground lease for the construction and operation of multifamily residential apartments on the upper 2 floors of the historic Melrose School Building and multifamily residential affordable townhome and apartment units on an additional 1.03 acres of the site with Melrose Housing Partners, LLC. District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Who from administration is going to speak on this item?
Good morning, Ashley Cash.
Go ahead and give us your address.
Yes,
and
thank you.
You are recognized.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. I have the development partner here. I will allow him to introduce himself.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Saki Middleton. Company name is John Stanley. Address is 655 Deep Valley Drive, Suite 325B, Rolling Hills Estates, California, 90724.
Great, thank you. And we've got a short presentation. So we came last week, actually, and presented the project, leaving out a good amount of project details. And so we've gone back and added those into the presentation. So we'll just go through here. We are coming before y'all to request approval for an option for Melrose Housing Partners to enter into a 50-year ground lease at $1 per year. The option will be for floors 2 and 3 of the existing Orange Mound Library, along with a little over an acre site that is on Douglas and at Douglas and Dallas. The development is 51 units. We'll talk a little bit about the project detail, but 24 apartments within the library, and then 16 townhomes, 11 flats on the adjacent site. All units will be available for people at or below 80% of the area median income. And then just to talk a little bit about the schedule so far, the developer was awarded $1 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. They have received project-based vouchers from MHA. They have gone through rezoning requests through Lanes Control Board and Memphis City Council that was approved, and they have been issued a 20-year pilot with MHA. The next steps in this project is to request execution of a ground lease option. I want to clarify, they are requesting a lease option. Council, if you so choose, would approve that option, and then they would come back before council to exercise that lease and enter into a full lease. Of course, that will be reviewed and approved by council as well. We are here today because they are anticipating applying for 4% low-income tax credits. That process is open now and closes, I think, on the 19th. I think you just verified. And there are a couple of conditions relative to the option: secure financing, secure the tax credits, and the lease would have to be exercised before the end of the year. The construction period on this project would start at the end of 2026 and go through about Q2 of 2028 with lease up shortly thereafter. And then I did just want to mention before I move to this, relative to the $1 per year, margins on affordable projects are tight, and so the $1 per year rent really allows the project to maintain its operating into both maintenance and staffing at the site, and not necessarily coming back to the city, but we are contributing to that affordable housing. So briefly, the background of this project: we started with the abandoned historic Melrose building. The city did an RFP in 2019 for the project. We, the city, invested a little bit over $17 million into the construction and rehab of the first floor of that building, being the Orange Mound Library and Genealogy Center. There were also some minor improvements, windows throughout the entire building, but then in terms of the upper 2 floors that will benefit the developer, there was some clean out, some additional improvements made that I will mention here in a moment. Specific to the project, we contributed, I'd say, about $1 million in site work and parking lot improvements. We also did a few things. We did a separate tennis entrance. We did an elevator tower. We added sewer capacity within the library and added some additional room in the electrical room so that it can accommodate the future housing on that site. And this is a photo. There we go. This is a photo of the existing building, the first floor. You can see kind of the parking lot in your upper left, those back two areas that have that black awning. Those are additions just to make the room accommodation for the library space. And then this slide is what currently floors 2 and floors 3 look like. So it's a cold dark shell, meaning no lighting, no utilities, no systems are already included in that building or that portion of the building. This is the second floor plan. The yellow color are your residential amenities. I think we've got a media room and some that in the upper part where you see what looks like maybe some umbrellas, some circles. That's actually outdoor space, and you have a variety of one-bedroom units with some accessible units. On the third floor, you have the activity room, a fitness center for residential amenities, and then some additional one-bedroom units and accessible units on that floor as well. And then on this slide, we have just a site plan view of the historic Melrose School, which is where those two floors that I just showed would be in. And then on the right-hand side is the site, and floor plan is small, but the site and preliminary floor plan of the flats and the townhomes, which I will talk about here just in a moment. On this slide, I do want to point out that the existing parking is there. The parking can accommodate the senior center, of course, has parking on front, but also this is additional parking for the senior center, the library, and then 29 additional parking spaces have been added for this project through the configuration of the parcel. This went through rezoning. When we go through rezoning and work through the Lanes Control Board, the UDC dictates what parking requirements are, and so this meets the requirements of the parking. There's also some on-street parking opportunities at Douglas Avenue and Dallas Street. And this is just a view of the building, the existing building. Actually, I think what we're trying to show here is the existing building, but then on the left side of the screen, this portion is where those new apartments and townhomes will be. So the townhomes will be on Douglas, and then the apartments will be kind of facing this little parking area, but then also on Dallas. This image just shows what they look like. 11 flats on Dallas Street, 16 townhomes on the Douglas side. We tried to mirror the townhomes so that they can be compatible with the single family housing that's just across the street. And then here, I just wanted to show there were some questions about access, and this slide, if you look specifically at the historic Melrose or the Orange Mound Library, we have kind of in the middle of the screen, the library entrance. And so this is where everybody comes in and out of the library if they're coming from the parking lot. And then you have a separate residential entrance. And so there won't be the residents can't get to the library, and people from the library can't get to the residential side from within the building. Is that accurate? That we also show the other entrances to the senior center as the layout shows. This next diagram aims to show what kind of protections or improvements are in place. And so throughout the floors, first of all, it's a concrete building, it's very solid, but throughout the floors, there's reinforced concrete subfloors that provide that acoustical separation that was discussed. The sprinkler the senior building, which is floors 2 and 3, will be protected by an independent sprinkler system, separate from the Orange Mound Library. And then the building will also be served by a separate HVAC system that will be on the roof. Room has already been made for that. And so we are trying to show that the systems are separate. There are protections in place to make sure that the residents are safe and the library is safe and protected. and that sound between floors and between uses will be mitigated. So this portion is just to talk about the budget. This construction budget is specific to phase, what I'll call phase 2, which is the housing portion of the project. The construction cost is about $17 million. You can see there, $9 million loan, $1 million in tax credit equity, $1 million from the trust fund. This project also received $3 million from Congressman Cohen appropriation, I think in 2024. And then a community development block grant contribution. There is a little bit of CIP for Melrose left over from fiscal year 24. And so we would include that in this project. And then deferred cost reserves, just kind of your contingency fund, that brings you to your $16 million budget. And then what we wanted to show was cash flow. And so you can see here, once again, these are projections, but cash flow, scheduled rent around $650,000, various income. This pro forma is running a vacancy rate of about 7%. Operating expenses, $378,000. That's typically going to be your maintenance, any maintenance reserves, and any staffing for the site. Your operating income, around $200,000, a little bit over, and then cash flow is $29,000. So not a whole lot left there to come back to the city, but the DCR is over 1, so it's 1.15, which essentially means the project can cover its debts and start to have a little bit to set aside for any capital expenses that may come about as the building ages. The city's contribution is about $70,000 per unit. The overall cost per unit is $332,000, $100,000, excuse me. That's about in line. The last senior building that we funded was around $350,000. So it really depends on new construction, rehab, but expensive, but that is in line with what we are seeing in terms of our affordable projects. And then these last two slides just talk about the option to ground lease. Let me catch up with my notes real quick. Essentially saying, in order for the developer to exercise the option, they would have to obtain all their construction financing. They do have potentials in place, but as with most things, they would need to show a full budget, which the tax credits will enable them to do in order to finalize that construction financing piece, obtain title insurance, seek city council approval, enter into a redevelopment agreement, and then comply with all requirements for federal funds or any other funds that are contributed to the project. The lease term, so we're looking at the lease option right now. We don't have the full lease, but we do have time to work through that with the developer and also with council. But we did want to share here the main terms that we've agreed upon that we think are fair for the developer, but also reduces risk for the city. So 50 years at $1 a year, reversionary clause that says if we haven't started construction within 24 months of exercising the option, then it has the city has the option to receive that property back. The city has the right to approve property management and remove and replace if substantial management and maintenance issues are unresolved. We want the developer to be able to maintain the property. We want them to be responsible and have ownership in that. So we're not trying to, we wanted to sort of qualify removal of property management only if there are issues that we can't come to agreement that the current manager is addressing. Developer is responsible for ongoing maintenance. The developer will maintain liability and property insurance. Developer will enter into emergency maintenance plan with the city of Memphis for any emergency issues that may arise. And then just a little bit about the conveyance. We received this from the Board of Education in 2015 for about $10. The property is currently tax exempt. The developer has received a pilot, and this lease allows the city to really contribute to the affordable housing needs of the city. There are a few other examples of housing of this type. So in Oregon, there's Cornelius Place, which is a library and has I think it is 4 floors of housing on top of, actually it's a 2-story library, and they have 4 floors of affordable housing on top of the library. There's also an example in Chicago where they have the library in the center and 4 buildings of affordable housing surrounding it. And so it's really an innovative way that the city can use its limited resources, that being land in this case, in order to reduce those acquisition costs for the developer, but also promote affordable housing. With that, I believe that is the presentation. And so I will pause for any questions. Mr. Middleton, would you like to add anything about the project?
No, I mean, I would just say, we appreciate the public-private partnership. This is an exciting project, to develop housing, alongside a library and above a library, and really have this, sort of intergenerational activity of tenants and community. And so this is exciting for us. The project is already beautiful with the library renovation, and we think the housing piece will add to a lot more beautification to that site. And again, we appreciate working with housing and the city, and look forward to the project moving forward. I think Ashley covered everything in finite detail, and so I don't have anything else to add unless there's any questions. Thanks.
Thank you all for your presentation. We're glad to have you all back to give us a little bit more insight and clarity. We're all excited about all of our Accelerate Memphis projects that are underway and that are going to be a really asset to the communities that they're in. And we appreciate you all understanding the dialogue that the council wants to have and, get the information. So thank you for bringing that back. I definitely want to recognize my colleagues that have come in, that have joined us, starting with Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Ford, and Councilwoman Walker. And now we have in the queue, some of my colleagues would like to speak, have questions, and or discuss. First, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, followed by Councilwoman White, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing all this information that was requested. And so it gives us a little bit more insight and a little bit more structure of how things are going. I did hear you say you're from California, right? And so has there been, or is there any thought around, we know what our past history with developers out of town has not been good partnerships. Let me be totally frank. And is there something in here or that we have to have a certain amount of time before you could sell it to somebody else, or what is our stake? Because these are our constituents that will be, and our seniors that will be here. And what I'm dealing with now on the back end, before I even came up here, and now is senior citizens. We have apartments that are built around this city, and they have no recourse. They have no support. They have nothing because the out-of-town developers are out of town, and they are struggling. And these are our senior citizens who have worked hard, did their due diligence, and not saying that you would, but we need some type of protection for our constituents when we're dealing with out-of-town developers, and that's just across the board.
Yeah.
So maybe if you hold yours, I got some specific questions that I think may answer. Okay, and then, I had some more stuff, and you probably got that, yeah. And the second thing is, when you use the word affordable, that's very tricky to me. I think Director Cash and we talked about a year ago, we had to eliminate credit scoring. Mm-hmm. And these are senior citizens that are, who this is dedicated to. Am I correct?
Correct.
What age?
One part of the building.
One part of the building. Is there an age when you start?
62 and up.
62 and up, okay. And the application process, I don't know what that looks like, but we need to make sure, that there are no barriers, because they're excited about this. This is a community, a historical community, that's been here for it's historical, but the barriers that come, we use the word affordable very loosely, but there are barriers when we use the word affordable, especially when it comes to the application process. And so we need to make sure that we structure that in a place and in an area, because we know our constituents' demographics and where we are, we need to pay very close attention to that part to make sure that we don't get them excited and then we give them a gut punch and they can't get in these beautiful establishments. Soundproof, library, I hope that is considered in there, because the library is a quiet place. And, you know, and it's above. And so I hope that, and I hope the parking is accessible. When you say 62 and over, we have to think about disability. I'm sure I'm going to leave that question for my Councilwoman Walker, because she is adamant about that, as far as disability and things of that area, to make sure that everything's accessible and that we cover and we don't miss anything. So thank you, and I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Chairwoman. I yield.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
All right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton touched on one of the questions that I had, and that was what local management would be in place to make sure that there is someone that can make sure that we are monitoring and can address concerns. Have we thought about that?
So I'll allow Mr. Middleton to talk about the property management, but I did just want to mention, and Councilwoman, this goes to your question as well, that we have seen that too, where a facility is beautiful once we all go to the ribbon cut, and then we come back a couple of years later and it's deteriorated.
Yes.
And so we, through our experience, have included, and Mr. Middleton has agreed to the city has the ability to replace and remove the property management company. And so what we would do, and we would spell this out in more detail in the lease, but what we would do is there was a period of time, a cure period, be that 30 days, 60 days, we have to agree, and then y'all would have to approve. But there's a cure period where we say, hey, this maintenance issue has not been resolved. What are y'all gonna do about it? And if they are not meeting those deadlines and that detail, then we can come in and replace the property manager with somebody who we think is performing a little bit higher. And so we have put that in there. In the full lease, we will talk about sale clauses. I was just looking through the lease option here. Typically, we have a notice where the developer, be it whatever, cannot sell without providing notice to the city. Of course, not to be unreasonably withheld. We can talk together. I don't want to make a claim and right here, and we haven't had the opportunity to really discuss in detail. But we can talk about what some options might look like in terms of city approval. A lot of times that is the permanent financing will want to make sure they have approvals and they're not giving their approvals away to the city. And so that's something we just have to work through. But those are ways that we're thinking about how can we future-proof the housing component, because it's in the middle of a community. It is on top of a library. We want it to be maintained. And I know Mr. Middleton does great deals, and he wants to, one, be in it for the long haul, and also is about that maintenance. But obviously, we have those protections in place. Did you want to speak to the property management?
Yeah, sure. We did have this conversation with Ashley's group about property management and ability for the city to be able to remove the property manager if there's an issue. And so we wholeheartedly agree with that. Our approach, answering the other questions about barrier to entry for seniors, typically criminal is the main thing. Beyond criminal, if there's credit issues, we believe we can work with. We realize that this project is specifically designed for folks that are in need. And, a lot of seniors or individuals or families, this is probably, one of the nicest places, and maybe last place that they may be housed at. And so we sort of waive, sort of all the credit and so forth and so on. However, we just try to put different benchmarks together, and particularly with the location of this property, and particularly, the support of the community, we would work with the community and work with the city as far as, leasing up the property to the appropriate folks, whether it's seniors or families or individuals. So we definitely support that. We don't see that as being an issue. And then as far as, the ability of being able to sell, we're long-term owners, and we're locked in because it's a tax credit project financed with federal tax credits. You can't sell for 15 years. And if you were to sell, and it's our experience, even though we haven't talked about this in more detail, you do need consent from the city. So you can't just go and sell, particularly the cities put their resources in the project. And so we acknowledge and accept language of that matter. And so, I just wanted to cover those points. If I'm missing anything, let me know.
Well, I'm excited about the project, and many seniors in the community, they're asking, what about that property? What about that property? Are we going to get some more housing? And we definitely need as much affordable housing as we can. So hopefully this will be the type of project that we will continue in other properties that we can get from partnering with the Shelby County Schools and however. So thank you, Director Cash, for doing your due diligence and adding all of those modifications within the presentation. Very thorough. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to a project that's going to be monitored with excellence from the beginning to end, okay? Sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that you said that you all were going to discuss local property management access and get back with us, or
Yeah, I don't know if you've chosen the property manager.
I mean, we are looking at HM Heckle, which is a local property manager. But, you know, that can change. It doesn't have to be. I mean, we have that flexibility. We'll definitely work with Ashley's department just to make sure they're comfortable. I know they have a lot of experience with other projects, and so we're fine with that.
Okay.
And to add, and I think someone brought up the issue of accessibility. 100% of the units will be handicap accessible. You know, the project will be designed, you know, for federal accessibility, and so you know, every unit will be adaptable. You know, and we also have, you know, hearing and visual too, so we'll meet those requirements.
great, thank you. Okay, at this time we have, did that answer your Chairwoman? Okay. We have Councilwoman White, and then circle back for our final comment is Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A couple of my questions have already been answered. And one of them, I'll scratch out the list, not for us to deal with today, but just for you, Director Cash, and the administration. I would like, even if not for each one of these presentations, for maybe a time where we sit down so that we as a council can better understand in terms of what analysis goes into the long-term benefit of choosing to do like a 50-year ground lease over some other alternative rent structure or some revenue participation models. It would be really helpful to know how we got to the point of, because we're presented with a 50-year ground lease for $1, but I don't know that this is the best way to go about this particular project because I haven't been presented any background as to what the options were that were considered and how you all derived at this particular structure. But at this moment, I'm just gonna trust that you all did the due diligence, but I would like to understand that analysis in the future. And because it's affordable housing, that's something that I know that we need, and I'm open to us trying different ways to get there. So in terms of the reversion clause, this is more of a, I guess not necessarily a question. So after the construction is completed, under what construction conditions can the property revert back to the city of Memphis other than delay in the vertical construction, or is that something that's been considered?
So that the reversionary clause is specific to no action and no activity on the site.
Right.
We just don't want it to sit. But no, once construction is completed, we've essentially turned over the property to the developer to maintain and manage. At that point, construction and we can talk through timeline and just making sure. In other contracts, we do liquidated damages if the say it's supposed to be like an 18-month project and they start construction, but it goes to 36 months. We can determine at what point we want to trigger those liquidated damages to incentivize the developer to complete the project. But essentially, it would become theirs. And then, Councilwoman, I'm happy to have the discussion about the analysis. I just did want to mention we are requesting the 50-year in this case because that is the minimum that THDA, the low-income tax credit, will allow a developer to have site control. So if you do 30, then it would not meet the tax credit criteria. I know you were talking about the amount as well, but I just wanted to speak to the year.
That's a good, thank you. I didn't know that, so thank you. And so in terms of the vertical construction, I understand and appreciate the reversionary clause as it pertains to no construction, but what about if there's like chronic nuisance maintenance issues or not performing like as we anticipated? Is there any anticipation of any additional clauses to address those things, or do you feel like they're adequately addressed in other places?
I would say, I'll be frank with you and be honest, it's not addressed currently in the lease option. Those are details that will be worked through with the lease. And once again, we would try to come to some agreement with the developer and then present that to y'all. And we'll figure out, just speaking about these processes, they are challenging because we have to figure out what we want as a city. They're looking at what they need. We're both working with our attorneys, and then we come to y'all, and so it feels like the deal is done, so it's kind of difficult to figure out that good inflection point. But that's a long-winded way of saying, in terms of others, like I said, we do liquidated damages. We don't want to be in the business of managing affordable housing, the city directly. And so through that agreement, we would try to work through whatever kinds of ways we can maybe assign and replace. And of course, like, we want you for the long haul, but I can talk about other agreements. We may assign and replace the general partner or the limited partner. We may try to assign and replace the property managers we talked about. There are different pieces that you can put into the agreement to protect the city. And to make sure that there are protections for the developers.
So let me be clear. I understand. Yeah, that's what I understand. There are guardrails.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure that there are.
Yeah, they're not
so
in
I
the
understand
lease
that
option,
they can. Yeah.
but they would be included in the full lease draft, which we would.
That's what I
bring back
wanted to know.
Yes.
Thank you. And then in terms of the 15-year mark with the low-income housing tax credit, so that's 15 years. I don't see anything as of now in the lease option, and so maybe it'll be in the lease agreement that addresses what happens to ownership after that period of time, because the ground lease is for 50 years, but the tax credit is only for 15. So of course, when some of these funds that help go away, then we start seeing changes. Is that going to be addressed in the lease, or what's the?
There will be portions of that in the lease, and so Saki mentioned the 15 years for THDA. He's got a 20-year pilot, so you've got affordability for 20 years through the MHA pilot, and then with the federal funds that are in the project, there may be some additional years, and so those would be elements. And you're right, Councilwoman, they should be explicitly in the lease option that there is maintained affordability at least during those terms. But those will be elements that we will ensure are in the full lease.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Because in my mind, if for that type of investment in terms of the pilot incentive, in terms of the 50-year ground lease at $1, that I would like, and I don't know, and this is not, I do legal, but this is not my field. I would like to know what can be put in the lease to ensure that the affordability aspect continues, because even though the 15-year tax credit will go away, even though at some point the pilot will, this still will be a structure. Right? And so then what happens to it at that point in terms of affordability? Or is it the administration's position that, hey, we've at that point gotten our benefit out of it, which could be so, I don't know. I just want to make sure that that's a consideration.
Yeah, and we typically will put affordable covenants on a project of this nature, and so it would be stated in the lease, but there will also be a restrictive covenant in the governing those 2 floors and that site, saying you can't sell within this amount of time, and it must be for the benefit of people 80% or lower the area median income. Now, the response about what happens beyond that 20 years. That will be a good discussion. I think we want to see it maintained as affordable, but we know that the market may dictate that. They may be looking to, and I'm not sure, I know there's some other discussions around like pilot renewals, but they may be looking to renew their pilot. The taxes here are pretty high and would push that rent up a little bit. It could become like in some areas of town what we call naturally occurring affordable housing. So it's no longer under a restriction, but the rents are just such that they are catering to people who still meet that 80% or lower area median income. And so that will be something to discuss. I don't think the city necessarily wants to say, hey, we want to sign a 99-year affordability covenant, but we may want to think through what that looks like at year 20, year 25, and just understanding what the implications may be either way of that.
Okay, and I got 2 more questions and I'll be done, Madam Chairwoman. So the other question is, and matter of fact, I'm not going to do it for this particular project either, but in the future, it would be helpful for us to be able to see the cities, and not just the city, the county, the total financial exposure for the project over a 20, 50-year period as it pertains to subsidies and abatements. Because it's difficult to determine what our benefit is if we don't truly know what our investment is by way of these pilots, tax credit. Does that make sense? And so to have that in one snapshot would be extremely helpful, not just for this deal, but for every deal.
Yeah.
And then the last one is, I can skip over that. just kind of the gap potential, the potential risk kind of in funding in terms of a gap. If the final construction bids exceed the projections or tax credit equity pricing declines, is there any circumstances in which the city would be asked to contribute additional funds?
I don't know if you got a response to that.
I don't think we see that as an issue at the moment. I mean, obviously anything can happen in the future, but we've, provided cushion in the construction costs, and we provided cushions and, everywhere else as far as financing and interest rates, so that wouldn't happen. And to add, when we start construction, it becomes our responsibility to fill that gap, so we're sort of on the hook financially to ensure that that doesn't happen. Unless it's some unusual circumstance or, an act of God or something like that, we don't see that as an issue. We haven't had that experience, in our experience in developing. And just to add about the affordability restriction you were talking about, in addition to the city's restrictions, there's a minimum requirement of a 30-year affordability period that's recorded on the site from THDA, so that there is this additional layer, 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a 30-year requirement.
Thank you for that information. And I have one last question and I'm done. In terms of, and you kind of touched on it, the operating and capital reserves, what operating and funding capital reserves are being funded to ensure that the project remains financially stable in the next 20, 30 years?
Yeah, give me a moment to pull it up. We actually have a requirement that there's an operating reserve as soon as we finish construction, but I'm going to give you the amount one moment.
Where does that requirement come from?
It's a requirement that's required by the lenders and investors. They require that you capitalize it in your development budget, and it sits in an account. And, we're responsible for putting up the first dollars, and then there's a sort of backup. So let me check really fast. I can tell you.
While he's looking for that, I would like to say to Director Cash, it might be good for you to come back at the next council meeting and have the discussion, because a lot of the things that we're talking about aren't necessarily directed at this this developer, because we've seen over the years some things happen in Memphis as it relates to developments and things like this, apartments and affordable housing units. So some of this is coming from that, and I think it would be good for you, Director Cash, if you could come back and share with us those alternatives, options, those things that we can consider to make these projects more safe for us, for the city of Memphis. So we'll dive into that and get your expertise when you come back. Were you able to find that, sir?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a requirement that we have upwards between $250,000 and $300,000 that at the completion of construction that's put in an account, and it's required by the lenders and investors. And in addition to that, the first $250,000 or $300,000 would have to come out of our pocket, and then so you really have approximately $500,000, $600,000 in theory in reserves if I have to come out of pocket. And so that's how it works. So you have that reserve that's immediately there at completion of the project. And the drawing down of those funds are obviously, approved by the lender and investor.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. And our final question is Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
All right, and one of them we may be able to discuss offline, but I'll just put it on the record. Security. I didn't hear anything about security. That is very important. We have elderly people back and forth, and of course the library. So I want to see what your plans is as far as securing them and making sure that they feel safe in and out. I need to hear about that. Then I want to talk about the resolution. The lease that is attached to this, and I'm going to discuss that with you offline. Okay. And I'll tell you what sections those are. And the other, and I'll just talk with our legal and see how we can do this. Moving forward, just not with you, but moving forward, every developer or new project that's coming and someone else is going to manage it, I think it needs to come before the council. We need to see who are handling and interacting and engaging with our constituents and with our people. Because of what I'm hearing now and the disgust that's happening now, and right now I don't have any authority or say so over it because it's somewhere else in these management groups. We have no dealings, we have no connection, and we want a relationship. We want a partnership with our constituents so they can feel safe, and if there's a problem, they're not getting beat up. And so that's the thing that I wanted to say. But the resolution, I'll talk offline. I mean, the lease agreement questions, I'll talk offline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And those are some very good and insightful questions. We appreciate that. Then we're gonna, is there anything else that needs to be brought up? Colleagues, do you have any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, we're gonna move to item number 2. And because we are an hour behind, brevity, as Councilman Smiley would say, is the word for today. These next 2 items, council members, if you would, just consider that we're an hour behind. The second one is an item, thank you, sir, for your presentation. All right. Item number 2 is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $500,000 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Program, CIP budget for the development of Liberty Park Phase 2, CD 01106, Award 11426, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. May I have a, it was moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Director Cash, if you would give us your address and.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman. Ashley Cash, HCD Director, 170 North Main. Could we hear the 2 items together? They're
sure.
You want to do a separate? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I can go forward with the presentation.
Okay. Okay.
I'll just pause. Okay. So
we can read them together but vote on them separately. Correct? Okay. So I'm going to read the next one. Item number 3 is a resolution to appropriate the sum of $300,000 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Program, CIP budget for the Fairgrounds Redevelopment, CD 01107, Award 11426, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration.
So moved.
We have, is moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. All right,
great.
go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ashley Cash, HCD Director, 170 North Main. And these 2 items are both at the Liberty Park campus. We are asking for the council to appropriate CIP funds that were previously approved. The first one is to appropriate $500,000 for this is for what's called monumental signage. That is going to be low profile but highly visible signage, visible to pedestrians and motorists, really creating some brand identity at the space. We are looking for the appropriation for this first item would be the construction costs for digital monument sign improvements at Young Avenue and East Parkway, in addition to some other wayfinding. The timeline will start with the bidding process, assuming, approval. Once approval is done, that will start hopefully this March, with construction anticipated to be completed before the end of the year. The costs are about $200,000 for the fabrication and installation, $150,000 for wayfinding that is throughout the property, and then site work utilities. We have to connect utilities to power the digital portion of the sign, and then site work that might be your ornamental grasses and kind of putting stuff back when you finish, is that $120,000. So this image on the left is showing the monumental signage. It's given a bit of an aerial, and it's trying to give you a rendering in the very tiny top corner. But it's going to look really nice. The materials are concrete with some grasses and some pavers on the left-hand side. This is at East Parkway and Young Avenue. And then this sign in the middle is going to be your wayfinding signage throughout, your red dots throughout the campus. The monumental sign will be where that big star is on the campus. These signs have panels that you can move in and out, and so we'll start with the assets that we have presently, and then as more assets come online, we're able to shift out and shift in those directional panels. And then this slide shows, it should pop up for y'all in a second. Let me try again. I'm not sure. Shall I press something? You want me to press the blue button? Mm-hmm. Okay. I can do that. Okay. So
we all should have those slides anyway. You can go
that's
ahead.
perfect. Going to the next slide. I just added some aerials just so y'all can see. Oh, there we go. Exactly what the site looks like now and what we're talking about. This is the existing award that we have, CD 1106, the existing expenditures, different things, naming rights, resurfacing, utilities, some site security, some project management, and parking lot paving. And then that is the first resolution. The second is very similar, but it's on a different side of the site. And so this is at Central and Early Maxwell, I believe. We are doing another monument sign, smaller in scale, a little bit smaller in price. The funding amount there is $300,000. We're asking y'all to appropriate the CIP funds out of this CD 1107 number. $170,000 for the actual signage. Site work is $100,000, and then we've got a contingency in case we, need some additional for site work or something like that of $30,000. The design for this portion of the project is underway. This is the site that we're talking about. So right now it's a grassy area. It also has the vinyl sign that says "Welcome to Liberty Park," and we would place the monument signage on those two corners of the intersection there.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
two signs on opposite ends, kind of like your main entrances of Liberty Park. And then the last is just showing what we've spent on within that project number, CD 1107.
Okay.
Happy to respond to any questions.
All right, we have one person in queue. That's all the time we'll have for that. You all can get with her afterwards. Councilman Warren.
Just want to confirm, this is revenue neutral being transferred from one project to another. Is that correct?
It's revenue neutral, but it is not being transferred. We're just, y'all approved the CIP budget.
We've already done it.
And we're just
This
trying
is
to
just
appropriate the
allocating
funds.
CIP budget we've
To the
already
project.
approved.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just an appropriation. Okay. All right, colleagues, we're going to take item number 2 first. And although we're going to do a voice vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, that item passes. Item number 3, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion that the chair that the ayes have it, and so moved. Thank you for that. Colleagues, is there anything else that needs to come before this committee?
Yes, when she comes back, when you come back, can you give us an update with the hotel? Because we need to move forward with that.
All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
I was about to say, with the hotel, can we also
It's been
have-
so long ago, y'all forgot about it.
Well, no, I actually, that's why I was quiet, because I also wanted to know what other things could these CIP dollars be used for at this point, because it's like we got that over there, but that's neither here nor there. I would also like to know the total funding towards Liberty Park in terms of what we have invested over these years, what we've paid out in terms of debt service, and along with real deadlines. And I would also like for us to know who the point person of management over the project is, and what in just the regular industry, how long does it take to build, put some brick on the ground and some pace and start
Yes.
building a hotel in comparison to what it is that we're getting now and what we're going to do to make sure that that construction is moving forward and not costing us literally money by the day that we don't have.
Put your mic back on.
Send that as well, your request.
I absolutely will. Thank
All
you.
right. All right, thank you.
Thank
Nothing
y'all.
else further. This committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Great point.
We are on to schedule? Absolutely not. Yeah, we're gonna do it in shorter than that. I'm gonna take. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilman Ford. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Chair Smiley.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a quick point of personal privilege. The young lady to my not immediate left, also known as the chairwoman of the Memphis City Council, is celebrating a beautiful, remarkable birthday. Can we just take a brief moment to wish the chairwoman of the Memphis City Council a happy birthday?
Happy birthday.
It's my ultimate dream to spend my birthday with council.
At least she looks good doing it. And to the people of Memphis who's watching it, I do think it's incredibly important to note that she is doing this on her birthday. That tells me that she is dedicated to the people of Memphis and trying to figure out how we can put each and every person who calls this community home in a much better position. So for those of you out there listening, please, if you see her, tell her happy birthday, send her a Facebook message. You see her in the streets, tell her thank you for her service, because this is indeed a service. All right, one item on the agenda today, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 CIP budget to accept and appropriate $395,000 in federal grant funds from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, National Institute of Food and Agriculture, Compost and Food Waste Reduction Agreement Award Number 2025-70510, 44324 to the Memphis Zoological Society from the implementation of Memphis Zoo Compost and Food Waste Reduction. District 5, Subdivision 9, sponsored by the administration. Request to say 9 minutes, moved by Warren, seconded by the chairwoman and Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Walker. Everybody up here. And Ms. Keith, Director.
Is that on? Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 125 North Main. With me today is Lee Huffman-Moyer. She's with Planning and Development. This is a pass-through grant. It's a federal grant that the zoo applied for to do composting at the zoo. This action we're doing today is really just amending the budget so that it can pass through the Solid Waste Division. And I'll let Lee introduce herself and tell you a little bit more about the project.
Hello, Lee.
Hello, thank you, Chair. My name is Lee Huffman-Moyer, Division of Planning Development, Office of Sustainability and Resilience, and 125 North Main.
Spoken like a vet.
I've been before commission a few times.
Hold on. We like to believe that we are a tad bit more structured.
Yes, so as Director Davis said, this is a pass-through grant that we applied for on behalf of the Memphis Zoo. We applied for the grant because it aligns with the Memphis Area Climate Action Plan and Objective 3.4 in Memphis 3.0 to expand composting facilities throughout the city and county. The zoo will install a in-vessel composter on their property to compost solid food waste, manure, and also yard trimmings from the zoo. Yes.
All right. In-vessel over my head.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a giant box that's going to grind up all of the organic matter and then heat it up and turn it into compost.
Okay. Dr. Warren, it sounds like your lane, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is great. What we're doing, I mean, you know, how many of you guys are using compost ferry at your house? Y'all have the compost ferry coming by? Okay, it's just me, okay? But I'm telling you, it's a great deal because all your food waste goes and they make compost out of it, and then they bring you stuff for gardening back to your house. Okay, so this is going to be, they'll be able to bring back stuff and use what compost they're making on the zoo grounds for the flowers, for the plants, and it's just an ideal thing. Way to go. Thank you.
This project helps what Dr. Warren's got to be talking about.
Yes, Chair. In addition, the zoo is thinking that they will have more compost than they would actually be able to use on grounds. So they're partnering with the Dixon Gallery and Gardens, as well as Blackseed Urban Farms and MidtownMemphis.org in the beginning to do a pilot to distribute compost free of charge to community gardens throughout Memphis.
That's a win-win.
Yeah.
Okay, well, obviously you have the support of Dr. Warren here and his eight-man choir, which is us. All right, if you want to continue, you can, but it seems like the council has already made their decision. If you want to talk to us a little longer.
That's the end of my presentation.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. With that, this committee is adjourned. Items 1 and 2 will be held until the next council meeting.
The rest of the day. Tyranny, will you please call the roll? Councilman Spinoza? Here. Councilman Ford Sr.? Councilwoman Walker? Present. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington?
Present.
Councilman Warren? Present. Councilman Smiley? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? And Chair White? Present. Thank you so much. First, we have Landmarks Commission appointments of Judith Johnson and Olivia Wall. Who do we have from the administration here? Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main.
And I just thought about it. These are going to be motions, so can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Second.
Motion from from Chairwoman Swearengin Washington, second from Councilman Spinoza. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Secretary of the Landmarks Commission, on behalf of Mayor Young, I'd like to introduce 2 appointments to the Landmarks Commission, and that is Judith Johnson and Olivia Wall. And I think they are going to come up and introduce themselves as well, and they're available for any questions that you may have. Here, I'll move to this side so they can hear.
Olivia Wall, 935 Bruce Street.
Judith Johnson, 475 South Perkins, apartment 612.
Okay. And did you have a presentation or anything that you wanted to say about them?
I was going to let them
okay.
speak about anything yes.
Okay.
Olivia Wall, I have been the Cooper Young Landmarks Chair for 6 years, since 2020. Previous to that, I helped write the guidelines for the Cooper Young Community Association Historic Overlay District and get it passed through. I've been working with the DEPD for a number of years on historic preservation.
I'm Judith Johnson. I started in historic preservation in about 2008. We started doing the city survey and looked at like about 20,000 houses. Then I went over to housing and community development, and I was the preservation analyst over there. Then I went back to Memphis Heritage as a director. We developed affordable housing and did historic survey. And then in 2003, I retired and went out on my own. So today I have a consulting firm, Judith Johnson and Associates.
Thank you so much. It seems like you both have very unique backgrounds and great experience in this area. Thank you all for being willing to serve and share your talents with the city of Memphis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for agreeing to serve. We appreciate you guys.
Our pleasure.
Second, we have a discussion of Ordinance 5969 regarding labor disputes. All council districts requested by Personnel Committee. Attorney Wade, you are recognized. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Motion from Councilman Spinoza, second from Dr. Warren. You may proceed.
Okay, we ready? All right, earlier this year, we ready? Earlier this year, at the request of several council members, I was asked to try to provide a revised impasse procedure. And I provided a skeleton ordinance to begin with to get the process started. And then I think last meeting, 19th, I submitted a draft of with full provisions. After that, I think we had a meeting on the 27th, and the associations had contacted a lot of you, and I think they also wrote a letter to the chairman at our request to giving comments to that document. And what I have done is looked at that document and attempted to address many of the concerns that they had in the document, and I want to go over what I'm proposing now. But before I do that, I think it's probably helpful, and you know, last time we did not have a lot of time to address this, but I think it's helpful for us to kind of see where we are, I mean, how we got here. This entire impasse process began in 1978 with a referendum ordinance 2766. We have extra copy. Okay. And in that referendum ordinance, that followed some strikes by city employees, and the referendum ordinance was adopted to prohibit strikes, but it also added a provision that the council would, by ordinance, set up procedures for arbitration of economic issues of municipal labor disputes or by the council or by a committee of the council, and establish rules and procedure therefore. And then it provides that not provided that neither the council nor any committee shall engage in arbitration of economic disputes of municipal labor disputes unless and until there has occurred an impasse on a total economic package, which impasse remains deadlocked for 7 consecutive days, which basically limits your authority in impasse to arbitration of economic items, first of all. And secondly, you cannot get engaged until there is a deadlock between the administration and the associations. You can't go in and start doing hearings before that happens. So as a result of that ordinance, there was the first iteration of the impasse ordinance was on April 3rd, 1979, which was 2850. In that ordinance, it was fairly brief, but it basically allowed impasse of economic items only, and it created a process where 3-member impasse committees were chosen by lot, meaning we had a random selection of impasse committees of council members, and that was done in various ways. It ultimately revolved around us having it's almost like the lottery. You have the balls and you have numbers in there, you pick them out, and that's how you were randomly selected. That process was changed on March 27, 1994 in Ordinance 4243. And that ordinance expanded on a lot of what we have today. Again, the selection by lot was used. It was limited to economic items only, and the committees were allowed to create their own procedures. It went through a lengthy process of a recommendation being made to the council, and unless the council vetoed the recommendation, that recommendation would stand. And then it had language in it that the council would take whatever action it deemed necessary in the budget to make sure that item was included. All right, so then we rolled down to 2017, and 5369 is the ordinance. That ordinance, again, made a few substantial changes. One, it was no longer, well, technically, as far as you were concerned, it was limited to economic items. It provided for a process of how you selected the members, and it gave the associations the ability to select a council member. It gave the administration the ability to select a council member, and then it allowed the 2 council members that were selected to create a 3rd member who would be the chair. Again, that committee had the ability to establish its own rules of procedure. This ordinance went through a process where you made recommendations, and then the council would take the matter up at 2nd reading and decide how they would either accept the recommendation or reject it, or make whatever decision. And then whatever decision they made, if they favored the administration, obviously no change in the budget ordinance was necessary because the budget already included their proposal. If you accepted the association's proposal, then you would add their proposal to the budget ordinance for consideration on 3rd reading. And at the 3rd reading, the council had the discretion under the charter to determine whether it would accept, how it would fund in whole or in part any recommendation that was in the budget, as it does with every other recommendation by the administration. So that's kind of where we are. So as it evolved, what ended up happening, as I explained the last meeting, it seems like no matter what process we come up with, there are always nuances that people seize on and how they want to administer the thing. So what ended up happening is now the three-member panel generally would hear the associations on it. They would each be given 30 minutes to decide, and it would make a recommendation to the council. And what ended up happening is universally the council would accept the recommendation without discussion, and then it would just kick the can down the road to third reading, and then we would evaluate what we would fund, what we wouldn't fund, how much we would do it. For example, in this past session, I believe the associations may have prevailed on all items, all impasses, but the council did not accept the administration's 0% raise and did not accept a lot of the recommendations, and instead determined that a 3% raise for all employees across the board was the most expedient thing for the city and its citizens. So it seemed that what was happening is that the impasse committee process was really becoming irrelevant. It all came down to what you did as far as funding the budget. A lot of the difficulty that staff has encountered and what we've seen is that once we get the recommendations, they're not aligned with the process that you are looking at in terms of budget. And as you know, you go through a budget process where you have budget hearings where all of the divisions come in and present their budget. And it starts with this book right here. And this is the book that the mayor presents. And what he presents in that budget book are a couple of things. He presents what's a revenue summary, which he outlines the projected revenues that he anticipates for the ensuing fiscal year. And that's done at a high level. Then you get a legal level, which details all the various categories of those items. And then you receive in that budget a legal line item or a summary for each division. For example, if you take police division, you get a summary of the expected revenues, which are irrelevant, but you also get a summary of the personnel expenses. But you also receive what's known as a legal line item budget of all those personnel expenses, and it goes down a litany of those. What I'd like to do is just give you a copy of a document. If somebody could just pass this to the council. Okay, there are two documents. They get one of that, and then they get one. While he's passing that out. So what I have here is a copy of the FY26 proposed operating budget. And on page 1 of 203, it has a revenue summary which talks about how many local taxes, state taxes, license permits, and it gives total revenues of $823,998. And then if we go to if you go to, for example, Police Services Division, they have $12 million in revenue. But then if you go to the legal line item for personnel expenses, you'll have a sheet that looks like this. And it gives you detail on every major line item of personnel expense for that division. So what happens is we get a recommendation from a committee, but it's not aligned with what we're looking at in terms of the budget. So what I did was try to come up with a process which will drive all parties to be on the same page. Now, after this budget is considered by you, you then approve a budget ordinance. And then you get a budget book. And that budget book has the same formatting, same process. Now we have implemented a process where you now also receive quarterly updates on how we are progressing through the fiscal year. And the last one we had was last meeting, the Monday before last meeting, and you received a quarterly report. That quarterly report tells you, based on the budget, the projected budget, the adopted budget, how we're doing, where we're headed, what you can anticipate might be the forecast for the upcoming fiscal year. This, in my opinion, is a very informative and important document, and it's an important process. I noticed, I came to it, I usually don't get involved in the budget process, but I came to that meeting, and I noticed, frankly, I'm not chastising anybody, but only 2 council members were there. I did notice that none of the associations attended, and I think it is very informative for all involved that's interested in the budget to keep up with this. So that's kind of where we are. So what this ordinance does is attempt to create a process that's initiated by the administration. And right now, the prior 3 ordinances did not ever require the administration and the associations to even have discussions. That's not our role. We can't make them have discussions. They can have them as they see fit. They can have them 365 days a year. They can talk about whatever they want to talk about, but that was not an economic issue, and therefore we never addressed it. So this document changes that paradigm slightly. And it starts out by requiring, it's initiated under the pre-impasse provision. If you go I have the right one. Okay, so what this document does, first of all, it requires the administration to present their tentative total economic package. And originally, we had an arbitrary date of March 15th. And that was intended to get the ball rolling. And the document that I gave you was a sheet that had the revenue schedule and the expenditure schedule, and it's anticipated that that kind of documentation would be what would be used by the administration to start the process rolling. And that, the contents of that document is described in section 4.2. And it says that to facilitate and expedite an expedited resolution of any dispute or impasse over direct economic items for the ensuing fiscal year, the city shall present to all general fund employee bargaining units by March 24th. I've changed it from the 15th to the 24th of any year, its tentative general fund revenue forecast, which is the sheet I gave you, and with legal level detail by major categories and projected unrestricted fund balances at the beginning of the ensuing fiscal year. Its tentative proposal for each general fund bargaining unit city division with legal level detail for each major general fund expense category. And that's personnel. And for the current year, the projected unrestricted general fund balances as of the end of the year. So what this does is the city comes in and says, this is what we expect to receive in revenue. This is what we're projecting to spend for personnel expenses for each bargaining unit. And this is what we anticipate the result of this will do to our unassigned fund balance. All right, so that document is presented to each bargaining unit. Each bargaining unit takes that document and responds. We think you're short on revenue here. We think you're short on revenue there. We want more personnel expenses and wages. That will impact overtime. That will impact X, Y, and Z. And we have our own line items that we are presenting. So then those two documents stand as the starting tentative position of both parties. They should discuss that. We can't mandate it. Now, technically, we can't mandate that the mayor even give them that document. But I submit to you that under the charter, where we are authorized to set up an arbitration procedure as part of our budget process, the charter requires the mayor to submit his budget to you. So as part of that, I mean, technically, you can require him to submit this to you and you give it to the associations, but I think we have the authority, despite his independent duty to manage workforce, to require him to give it to them to start the process. They don't get that now. They complained in the letter they gave me, said, well, we're at a disadvantage because we don't get that. Okay, so we're requiring that they be given that, and that's going to, in my opinion, get us on the right path of dealing with economic items. So in the prior ordinance, there was a provision added that dealt with non-economic items, and I'll deal with that in a minute. Now, that's dealing with general fund. Now, we understand that there are enterprise funds, and a lot of city employees are in those enterprise funds. They operate under different revenue projections and different fund balances, and they have personnel expenses. So they are going to be given a different sheet that's going to deal with that. For example, solid waste has a lot of ASME employees. And so the city will say, this is what we project our revenue stream will be, which is largely coming from citizens paying the $45 a month. And here's what we project our personnel expenses to be. They get to respond to that. They come in with a document, so the enterprise funds are on the same paradigm. So there's not much significant change, except that now we're dealing with numbers. We're not just dealing with rhetoric, politics, whatever. We're dealing with numbers. They have a proposal. The associations have a proposal. They try to come together and see if they can agree. If they cannot agree, then within a short period of time after the mayor presents his budget, they then can invoke impasse and start the process. So the difference between, one of the things that the associations comment was that they said, why don't we just do away with impasse committees, since they seem to be a burden and somewhat irrelevant. My response to that is that, well, I told them I was intrigued by that because what it would do, it would free up a lot of time in the schedule to allow the administration and the associations to reach an agreement or a memorandum of understanding. I don't want to use that word. But, you know, the purpose is not to favor anybody. We don't favor the administration. Obviously, we didn't in the last budget session because we ended up saying 3%. He said 0. We didn't favor labor. They said they wanted more money. We gave them 3%. So the point is, we want them to come together. We want them to reach an accommodation where we don't have impasse, where we just do what we do at budget time and decide what we're gonna fund, what we're not gonna fund. So that's what this process does. Now, it's wasteful, I think, for you guys to be in the middle of dealing with the mechanics and numbers and the back and forth of the administration and the association. So I propose that we use an impartial arbitration panel. And originally, we talked about using the Federal Mediation Service. We selected that because that's what's now in the present ordinance for non-economic item resolution. And I anticipated that everybody would be familiar with them. Everybody would be familiar with their costs. There is mechanisms for that cost to be assessed to either party or divided equally in the present ordinance. And so it seemed like that would be an easy step to get to an impartial panel. My thinking is that we would have both parties select labor, and I mean labor collectively would select an arbitrator, management would select one, and the council would select one, you know, from someone who has budget experience, municipal budget experience. And that panel would hear all cases. They would all be dealt with separately the way they are now. They wouldn't be roving multiple committees, but only one and it seems to be more efficient. They would be more locked in and have knowledge about what's going on, and they could hear them all. So in the reiteration of this ordinance, we took out all these cumbersome dates. 10 days after, business days after this, 10 days, business days after that. So essentially, what we end up coming to, and I'll walk through the timing in a minute, is that we free up about 45 days after impasse and after the committee, the panel is selected, for the panel to hear all the cases. We have 7 associations. One of the associations, Ask Me, has employees in multiple divisions, and they have presently a MOU, which is called Ask Me Maine. Those are the employees who are general fund employees, and then you have a separate MOU dealing with Public Works, the Solid Waste Division. So it seems like you have 7 associations. You have a potential of 9 separate impasse committee hearings, and that within a 40-day period, giving each side 30 minutes each, a panel can efficiently go through that and get to the end of the day and make a recommendation to you. We cut out the second meeting date as being the trigger for the recommendation to be made, we just provide that is to be made within 4 business days before third reading of the ordinance. And then we cut out having any hearings on second reading. And under the present ordinance, there is a proviso that we can have a special meeting. One of the comments that the association said that, well, we've never used that before, and there's a reason for it. That probably was inserted because after second reading and third reading, there is usually 14 days between meetings. You cannot have a special meeting under our charter unless you give 14 days prior written notice. So after we go through second reading and hear all those things, there's not enough time to have a separate meeting before third reading. So what this ordinance will do now is once we know that the panel is selected and they're going into an impasse procedure, we can then give 14 days notice, more than 14 days notice, that we will have a meeting the day before third reading where they can come in and address the impasse committee's recommendations. We can also use that day to deal with budget wrap-up where we're not compounding that with our normal committee schedule. And as you know, we go over all the time on everything. So to me, it seems like that's going to free up that and have us narrowly focused the day before on hearing from the associations. Each one of them will, I believe, get 15 minutes. They do that now. And they can make their case about why the recommendation is good or bad or whatever they want to say. The next day, we go into budget. We've done wrap up. We've heard the associations in close proximity to when you will be deciding the budget. You make the budget decision. Pursuant to the charter, the section 514 says the council shall have full discretion to approve or amend all budgets prior to the adoption of a tax rate for the ensuing year, including funding, if any, for the total economic package for any or all of city employee bargaining units in such amounts as the council shall determine is in the best interest of the city. The council's decision on recommendation of arbitration panel shall be final and effective only to the extent funded by the council in a finally adopted budget for the ensuing fiscal year. The city administration shall modify the budget appropriation ordinance for the ensuing fiscal year to include all total economic items to extent so approved or amended by the council. And the city comptroller shall not, under any circumstances, make any disbursements not specifically provided for in the budget. This provision, you wonder where all those words came from? Straight from the chart. Okay, so this ordinance does not deal with the non-economic provision that's in the present ordinance. What that provision was added, it basically says that the council has no authority to direct the parties how to resolve non-economic items. That is totally outside of the scope of the charter provision that I read to you earlier. And this ordinance and the position and recommendation that I'm making to you is that your lane is economics, the administration and the association's lane is non-economics. The people behind you, they are veterans. They negotiate all the time. They will negotiate on where they go to lunch. They will negotiate on everything. Just get across the table and negotiate. That's what they do, okay? They don't need our help. That's what the administration is supposed to do. They can talk as many times as they want, as often as they want. Now, I understand some of their issue, and I sympathize with it, is they say, well, administration won't talk to us. They won't give us information. They won't play right. So they want you to help them. That's their job. Their job is to get what they need for their membership. Your job is to adopt a budget and to drive this process to that end. Now, when we did 5639 in 2017, the associations opposed that document as they opposed this document. And I did a document at that time, which is called Legal Analysis of Impasse Ordinance. And I went through the history, everything I've done for you today, and I went through the major issues that they raised as they did with this ordinance. And I went back and looked at it again, and I looked at it again before I drafted what you have. And interestingly, a lot of the comments that are being made about this ordinance were made about the prior one. Okay, let's see if I can get to it. All right. In that, prior to the adoption of the prior ordinance, the association's position was charter amendment referendum clearly indicates a desire of voters for negotiation of agreements in good faith. And it says Councilman Conrad's proposal eliminates the negotiation. Our response at that time was the union's position is a false fact and a misconception promoted by the unions to their membership. Proposed ordinance 5369 does not address the present rights of the administration and the employees to discuss, negotiate, or exchange total economic packages. Whatever rights they have, they still have. Same is true here today. Only difference is we have required the administration to start the process by giving detailed economic information about their proposal. The union's position was the mayor does not have to confer with the employee organizations on the proposal. Again, if he does or he doesn't, this doesn't change that. This is a procedural process for how we get to a budget resolution considering the association's proposal. Association position, Section E of the proposed ordinance provides it does not require the city and its employees to negotiate or reach any understanding regarding administrative or non-economic issues. This is in contrary to the intent of the charter. I read you the charter. It said nothing about non-economic items. The gist of all of this is that what was being proposed is purely procedural, not substantive, not favoring either party. It is fairly mechanical, as it has to be in order to accommodate giving everybody the option to present their positions. It allows for full and free exchange of economic data between the parties. It aligns the documentation with the documentation that you will receive in this book and that you will receive in updates. And so you're looking at apples and apples. You're talking about facts and figures and whatever. Now, I guess we get caught up in the weeds sometimes. And you can put all the words on paper that you want. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. What matters is, and I had a meeting with ASME membership in this room. All of them. There was a bunch of them. And we talked about this whole thing. And what it comes down to is, and what I told them, I said, you can put all the words on paper, but what it means is that you got to go face to face with management, make your case, and if you have merit in your position, sell it. Don't be dragging us into it. We aren't the crutch that you can use to leverage. And I said, you can go and talk to management all the time. You can say, we would like to have monthly meetings. You can say we could do a lot of things. But that's what you have to do. And I said, we don't need to have, collateral discussions about Martin Luther King and having Al Sharpton come down here and embarrass the mayor and all that kind of stuff. I mean, just go man to man, face to face. This is what we want. And he can tell you, and he will, we may reach a deal that may not be that one, but here's what I'm willing to do. That's how you get there. And it doesn't matter what's on this document right here, okay? And then, no names discussed. What the hell we need this for? When somebody can just go up to 7 and say, I want 5%. I don't care what they said. I want 5%. That didn't come and happen through no arbitration process. That just happens, right? I mean, I'm not begrudging anybody for doing that. If you can get that done, get that done. If that's the case, don't need us. So, I mean, that's a lot to say. This is fairly mechanical. I think I've tried to work through it, and as many of you know, the arena that I deal in is I go to court, I prepare, I present, and a judge looks at me and says, you win or you lose. That's what this does. You prepare, you go before a panel, you present your case, they present their case, somebody wins, somebody loses. It comes to us, and even if somebody wins or somebody loses, if we ain't got the money, guess what? Nobody wins. So, I mean, this is not a bilateral thing. The associations have competent, experienced negotiators and lawyers. The administration has competent, experienced negotiators and lawyers. You are elected part-time. Third party in this exercise that gets lost are the constituents that you represent. And I think what your goal is to try to reach a budget ordinance that, one, doesn't raise taxes, doesn't reduce workforce, doesn't lower salaries, and doesn't affect our fund balance in the future to go forward. That's what I hear from you, that's what you want to do. This document and the document I gave you streamlines this whole process to everybody's looking at those numbers, and when you start debating whether you want to give a raise to everybody or not, you can go, well, where are we going to get it from? And the numbers will be sitting right in front of you. And it won't just be rhetoric and politics. Now, if that's what you want, I've done my job. I made a recommendation that I think will work, and I recommend that y'all approve it. One of the comments that the association made is that the future council members, association representatives, and administrations will have to live with this document that you adopt. We always can change things. We can modify as we see gaps in the process. And, you know, I want to turn that comment around. Okay? As I said, there are many representatives behind me that have been doing this far many more years than you guys have been on the council. With term limits, you roll in here, it's a steep learning curve. They are miles ahead of you, okay? They want to keep that advantage for them. This is your turf. This ain't their turf, okay? So what we're trying to do is create a paradigm that will help institutionalize a mechanical, neutral process that new council members won't have to be subjected to political pressure. I mean,
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off. Were you done, Attorney Wade?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I wanted to, we've been joined by Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, and Councilwoman Logan. We have one member in the queue, but before we got to Councilman Smiley, I did have one quick question. Well, two actually. I know you said that one of the questions was, why don't we just do away with the impasse committees altogether? Is that something that can't be done pursuant to what we're required to provide in terms of this process?
Yeah, the charter requires that you have an arbitration procedure. Now, I guess.
Please, no comments from the audience, no outbursts, thank you. Well, hold on. Hold on 1 second, Councilman Carlisle.
So the charter requires that you have an arbitration procedure. It says shall adopt an arbitration procedure.
And then one more question. Is there a fiscal note to doing the arbitration, or have we looked into what that will be in addition to what we already pay?
That's a good question.
For going through the negotiation period?
That's a good question. The one thing that the associations raised was the cost of using the federal mediator service. So I expanded that pool to be those entities or Tennessee Supreme Court Rule 35A neutrals who are locally available, but there would be a cost associated with paying that 3-member panel to hear all these committees. That's, you know, I don't know if that's a deal breaker or not, but that's something that would have to be done. I think it's well worth it because it spares the time and expense that you incur away from budget hearings that are going on at the same time.
Is there any way for maybe legal in conjunction with finance to give us maybe what that cost would potentially look like on a year-to-year basis for the city?
Yeah, I think we would probably have to build that into somebody's budget.
Okay, Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman White asked one of my questions, but I do want to dive in a little deeper. So, you know, let's assume that the charter requires impasse, and impasse is essentially the council at some point making the decision about whose side to choose.
Yeah.
What is stopping us to, I don't know, say this as substitute ordinance and deals with the same thing? And I think the easiest way for me to get to where I'm trying to go is no matter what we put in these documents dealing with impasse, ultimately the council has to make a decision.
Yeah.
Why can't we just get rid of all of the middle stuff since we have to make a decision, and let's say they disagree, they come to the council one time and there's one decision being made. I'm trying to figure out if that's possible. I don't know.
No. That was one of the suggestions made by the associations. The problem with that is you will not be able, you are going to get so many different proposals, and they won't be uniform and aligned with your budget process, and you will not have had them vetted. That's the difference. Now, remember, I want to piggyback on your question, on one of your questions. There are two decisions that have to be made. One of them, when you're acting to address one proposal or another, you're acting almost like a court. And you aren't acting in the capacity of a council at that point. You're acting as a court to decide, well, we think there's merits in this proposal and there's merits in that proposal. But at the end of the day, no matter which one you choose, once you consider the full budget, and as we often have done, we might not fund either one of them. Okay, so those are the two distinctions, and that's one of the things people says, this is a shell game. Well, unfortunately, I'm sorry, but the council can't yield this budget authority. That is vested in you. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so I get. I don't know how to.
So
I was just trying to figure out how to not be as direct.
Let me say what I said.
Okay.
In response, I think I wrote the association's a letter, and I addressed that issue. What in the world is it? And essentially what I said is I don't think we can dispense with it entirely. I mean, maybe at the end of the day, we can still have that meeting before the meeting and make a decision, but it still has to be done, okay?
Yeah, so I think I'm with you on that. Let's assume that impasse has to be done because of a city charter amendment. Let's say that happened. All right, then once we assume that, we still get back to the place where council ultimately has to make the decision. And if I can be, as transparent, let's take the land use control board into play. They make a recommendation, and then ultimately it comes back to the council, and council still has to make a decision. And you know as well as I know, we may or may not take heed to what's happened on the land use control board. I don't necessarily know if that fixes the issue we have. The issue that some of the council members have is there's so many different things. We get lobbied by the administration, we get lobbied by the unions or the associations, but ultimately it still comes back to the council. I'm not sure we need the committee meetings. Not sure if we need the committee meetings. Not sure if we need the arbitrator. That's one position. That's one thought I have. I still don't know where I land on this. And then also arbitration. Well, not arbitration. Impasse is currently already started. Correct or no?
No.
So there's been no negotiations between the administration and the bargaining units. Because one of the things I also thought about, since we're so late in the game, what's to stop this body from saying, let's say we assume that this ordinance would put the city as a whole in a much better position, because that kind of levels the playing ground between the bargaining units and the city administration. What's to stop us from saying, going to the very last page of this and saying, where it says become effective as otherwise provided by law, what's to stop from saying becomes effective the next fiscal year, to give the city time to prepare, the administration time to prepare for an entirely different process?
Well, first of all, the process, the substance of what goes on is not going to change.
Okay.
They're going to still, and to get to your point, when you kick the can down the road to the last time, you just open yourself up to all the political pressure that comes, and that's where it's going to be. And you're not going to have you're going to be sorting through. Some of these associations, they don't know budget. They don't talk budget. They'll present you something that's totally different from someone else, and you'll be juggling seven. But now they'll have to. They'll have to come forward with a unified thing, and you're going to have 7 or 8 sheets, and you can kind of see what the impact is, total them up, and go forward from there. But that's kind of, what my thinking is. I'm not clairvoyant about how it's going to work, but I just think, but the other problem, kicking the can down the road.
So what do you mean by kicking the can down the road? Are you talking about changing the effective date?
No, I'm talking about eliminating the committees and just channeling all the energy to that last meeting is going to be a big, big problem. Okay, and let me point out one other thing that you avoid. We don't want to have impasse. You want to force these parties to come to an agreement. Right now, there's no incentive for anybody to agree with anything. They just come to you and beat on your chest and say, go my way.
So then here's my last question. You know, I like the good argument. You're making a pretty good one now. Okay, you saying if a problem with my idea is or potential proposal would be that everybody's going to lobby us. What stopped? Nothing about this current ordinance or the existing ordinance and the amendment stops them, because it's still, I don't care what the arbitrator says. I don't care what anybody says. We still have to make a decision. So when they know, whether you're the administration, you're a bargaining, when you know that the council still makes a decision, you're still gonna go to the council because the council has the ultimate say. So they're going to lobby us.
Let me just get real with that one. That's all I want to do. I want to get real with that one, okay? So let's take the last session in for example. They went through a whole process and they came in and they all had recommendations that labor was king and all that kind of thing. And then y'all ended up doing 3%. And you explained why, okay? I remember Councilwoman Logan, you talking about you had some concern about going into the rainy day fund and that they would impact us fiscally. Okay, so they didn't know that. All the associations thought they won at second reading, and they were dog cussing you because you flipped the script on them. But you didn't really, because you still have the ultimate decision. What this does is put facts and figures on the table. So when you say we are only going to give 3%, they see it. They can see why. They don't have to be told by their association that y'all just dogged them, you know?
Good point. So is there a way that we can keep, I don't know what provision it is, which talks about the mayor talking about the forecast and what revenue we're going to bring in. Is there a way that we can still require that and skip the middle stuff? Because I still think the middle stuff, in lack of a better term, I almost think it's a waste of time, because at the end of the day, the council still has to decide. But I do believe that to the extent that we can require the mayor to provide accurate information, to the extent we can require the bargaining units to be forthcoming in their dealings with the administration, I think there's benefit to that. But, you know, I've been on a million committees, and I can, at one point I was on the council despised being on the committee so much, we took out this little gold raffle thing and says, you're the winner, but we was like, we're not winning.
You're the loser.
We're here to lose. Yes, so I
get it.
Can we do that?
I mean, listen, I think if you stay with the same process with the council members being the committee.
Get rid of the committee. Just get
that's a problem. There may be some value, however, though, with some arbitrators that have judicial experience, being able to hear them out and giving you a specific recommendation. Now, there may be some value to that, maybe it isn't. I mean, but if you're going to have a process, I had to come up with a process that I thought was fair and impartial and allowed people to do what I do every day, go make your case, and then get a recommendation.
And then my last point, then I'll be done. I know
I'm glad you're doing this. This is really
I enjoy this. So here's my last point, and I'm gonna go back to, I don't want to beat up on Land Use Control Board, but sorry, Land Use Control Board, I still love you. So when Land Use Control Board makes recommendations,
I love these analogies, by the way, with Land Use Control Board.
I'm trying to be nice about it. I don't know any way to get to it without.
I'm waiting to hear that.
Even when the Land Use Control Board makes a recommendation, or Office of Planning and Development, they make a recommendation, we know it doesn't matter what they say in that piece of paper, and they spend a lot of time going through it. A lot of time. They do the planning meetings. They meet with the developers, talk about why this is consistent with Memphis 3.0. But then it comes to the council, we don't even look at the paperwork.
Okay, I hear you.
Council,
but let me say something about that. What you do get, though,
it's the truth.
It's true. You get a vetted report. Now, that may not be of value to you, but it may be of value to some other people. And they've gone through a process, and they've come back to you with a recommendation. And you could throw it in the trash can, but at least you got that document. If you don't have that document, just think if you had 7 different land use control board reports that aren't consistent. That's what you're gonna have.
So you think the arbitrator or an arbitrator who has some type of judicial experience or mediation experience providing a report would be, the council be more inclined to take heed to what the arbitrator says?
I mean, I think it could inform them. I mean, maybe they have their own ideas, but you know, one of the things in on 511, it required. I mean, typically, let's talk about. Let's say if you have Aaron Judge in arbitration, he comes in and says, "I want 20 million." Team says, "We'll give you 10." You have one arbitrator, and he decides that he's going to pick one or the other. That's the end of it. This thing is the same way. You pick one or the other, but then you got to have a report that includes a minimum, a total economic package of one of the parties. So you pick one. A side-by-side comparison of the one you picked with the one you didn't pick. And remember, I gave you a chart. It has all that detail. And any comments by any member who dissented. So if you got 3 panel, you have a dissenting member, they tell you why. So you get that document and you are, you know, absolutely. But then you end up not having to study and do your own calculations. You start with a point that you can.
So the arbitrator creates, here's the ruling, and then here's dicta by the dissenting member of why they disagree, and we have that presented along with some type of document to say, here's what the proposal is by the administration's proposal is by the bargaining union, and you know, here's how to potentially impact.
And the reason, I mean, this is just my idea. I mean, I'm just trying to get to a point where it can be just finished and presented to you and use it for whatever you want to use it. But if we're going to have an arbitration procedure, it can't be a sham. We just got to go through some legitimate process, and that's all.
And who's paying for the arbitration?
That's the question that Janika.
Okay. Well, I'm out the queue for now. Thank you for having this dialogue with me. I was trying to figure out how this improves our current process. I do see benefit in some of it. I do believe that the middle part is a lot because it still comes back to the council to make the decision. And I guess we hope as a community that people, you know, take the information they have, whether it's from take the non-partial information we have and make good decisions on behalf of the people of Memphis. So.
Well, one point to your, I get ideas from you guys. I don't y'all give me food for thought, and I try to come up with things. But even if you went away from the middle, then you still have to force, I think, the parties to present.
Oh, I love that.
Those competing things.
I love that.
Even to you at the end of the rainbow.
I love that part.
I think they didn't have a problem with it either. I think they welcomed it because they ain't getting it.
Oh, I love that part. I think that pushes people to savor, but also requires both sides to be forthcoming in where they are. I just go back and forth about the need for the part as it relates to the committee or the arbitration, just because it still gets back to the council. And if we know we got to make the ultimate decision, if we already have the information in front of us, is there a way that we could have someone create, without the arbitration piece, have someone create this documentation, a recommendation, without having, just once they get the information, make a recommendation to this body? Because we still got to make the decision. And the hearing, I think the hearing is just not needed.
So you could refer it to a single, right now, if you have an administrative procedure dealing with pensions, OJI, you have a single administrative law judge. You could have them present them, and they could just
Without the argument, just present the documents and they say, here's my information.
On the briefs, as you.
Briefs.
And then they submit a recommendation without going through the other process.
I think I actually like that, but I need to think through it because everything we do has consequences, whether we intend them to be, and then there's the unintended consequences. Like, you should have thought of that. Here's how it negatively impacts some things.
And the arguments that we hear from the associations that they want to be heard, they want to talk, okay, but they still get to do that before third reading.
Okay, I need to sit and think.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Most of the comments have been said, so I won't repeat them. I will make the point, I guess it's just more anecdotally that, yeah, frequently the timeline doesn't feel like it's followed, period. You know, it's just kind of like hodgepodge. So, I mean, I think kind of resetting the stage and kind of recommitting to a timeline that works in a clear set of rules going forward. You mentioned term limits. I think that that's critically important. I was actually reading through the MOUs or sitting here and just seeing the footnotes from 2016, just reaffirming things. And that ultimately, like, some of this stuff has to change. And to sit here and, like, shake heads and not recognize that, like, it's not an efficient, to sit here and claim that we have an efficient system is laughable. Like, and so I've heard that claim. I've heard that claim. But
Well, hold on. Please, no comments from the audience. Thank you.
thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. The system isn't efficient. The system is always a workaround. And ultimately, it comes to this. I mean, I'm fine to come up here if you don't mind. I'll just ask you a direct question. Like, we've talked about this, and so we'll just get it on the record. Like, you could just say the simplest thing to do is just do a compensation study like we've talked to, like many businesses, and just apply that comp study and say, this is it. Like, this is best practice. Like, that is a way to do it. And you could just agree to disagree, but you couldn't say it's a bad way. It is a way, and it's done all over the country. How much time, so cost was a big issue. Have we tracked the amount of time, or I guess the amount of cost in legal and I guess in negotiation spend that, like, over a 5-year period or on an annual basis for the city that we spend in order to to go through this process? And the follow-up, the second part of that question is the human capital, the opportunity cost. Like, how much time does it take between these teams on an average year, like, based on the current process that could be potentially cleaned up by this process, where it's basically submit, negotiate, cool off, negotiate, go to a panel, whether it's a singular judge or an arbitration panel of experts, and get an opinion. Okay, that's pretty clean. Again, pretty standard practice. But from your perspective, from your point of view, do we have that cost? And then on the opportunity cost of how much time and energy your team has to dedicate to that?
Yes, we can get that to you. Yes, we have the cost of, like, the the lawyers and the whole negotiation cost, the rent out the facility and all that. So we can get that to you.
Yeah, and I think my point is kind of back to what Attorney Wade just said is if you have one date with one venue to hear multiple cases, like that incremental cost should pale in comparison to the ongoing attorney's fees and professional services fees that would go. And again, I want to see the number. I'd asked for it a couple months ago, but, like, I'd like to see that because that is a very reasonable thing to say the cost is too much. But my guess is it's very incremental and should be very efficient, especially if that date is put on the calendar months out and that arbitrator or that panel is given notice. You know, that seemingly is a very simple thing. And ultimately, I think at the end of the day, kind of like Attorney Wade said, whether, you want to be dramatic and say the Constitution's a social contract, but at the end of the day, great point. The mayor is required to do certain things under the charter. If he doesn't cooperate, he's in violation of the charter. I mean, there are steps to take that. The reason the council doesn't take that step is, honestly, we have to mutually cooperate with the mayor. And honestly, by the time we filed a grievance or a lawsuit saying that the mayor's in violation of the charter and it goes to court, yada, 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 we've just wasted a bunch of time. So I agree with Attorney Wade's point. Like, these organizations and us have to come together in good faith through this process, but the process itself needs to change, because much like the grant hearings early on, we're taking hours and hours and hours. I think we spent my first year for $2.6 million of an $800 million. We spent 90% of our time listening to grant hearings versus talking about the actual budget. I know that this is incredibly important because I know the amount of percentage of our budget that we spend on personnel. And I know that you guys do a lot more than just this throughout the year. I listened to Mr. Covington talk yesterday. He's like, I just field phone calls on FAQs. I get it, like I do. But this process has got to get smoothed out, and a lot of the background noise has got to go, because at the end of the day, it's going to catch up with a lot of us. And I won't be here when it does. So for me, I feel the very strong need with term limits, et cetera, to put a process that I feel is smoother in place. And I think that this starts to turn the corner on that. And to Attorney Wade's last point about changing it, no process is perfect. Like, I already see some issues in here that I think could happen. But that only happens when people don't come to the table in good faith to negotiate a good deal. So, like, that's just that. And I'm not implying that people are doing. I'm not implying that nobody's doing that. I'm just saying, like, that's like the only way this stuff really works. So, I mean, with that, I yield the floor. I do want those calls, though.
Thank you. Councilman Spinoza, and we respect you all, but in this forum, we just don't have outbursts. So it's nothing personal to any individual person. It's just the decorum and the setting that we're in. Of course, during meeting downstairs, you all have the opportunity to come and speak. And of course, you all can reach out to any of us or send any additional information that you want to be considered. Thank you. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized, and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at my notes. Councilman Carlisle just made a lot of the comments that I was going to make, but is there any way, Alan, you could get us like a simplified summary of the pros and cons? I mean, I love all of this. I mean, I like the way it sounds, because similar to the people in the audience, we have a great relationship with the administration. There's been other times that the council has not. So as we go through the budget process, if this is going to make people, legally be more forthcoming with all the information, and by the time it comes to us, I'm like, hell yes, this is amazing, because police and fire represent 65-70% of our budget. So I'm excited about a lot of this stuff in here, but is there any way you could give your favorite council person a Cliff's Notes version of this?
I can try to do that.
Yeah. And then, first responders, I mean, this is just a big deal that we get this right. So I appreciate all the questions today, and I appreciate you putting this together. And I like what Councilman Smiley said as well. You talked about maybe doing it next year. That sounded good.
But I need to get some clarification from Attorney Wade.
And me too. I just don't want us to rush. That's all. But
okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is more or less a comment going back a few minutes. So if the council receives last and best from both, then the administration should do the study. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Say that again, Councilman Walker. I'm sorry.
If the council receives best and last from both, then shouldn't the administration do the study?
Line item budget.
Yeah, she's talking about making a recommendation, but I don't know that would be fair.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
I just have a real quick
Councilman
comment.
Smiley.
If we're going to be trying to change this process, I think it might be wise for us to not delay it a year, because if we want to adjust it, we have an idea of what we've done, and then we'll be putting a new council trying to figure out what we've done and why we did it after it's just been 1 year. So although it makes some sense to delay it, if we do it this year and it's not right, then we can fix it because we knew what we did. The next time we may have 4 or 5 people who are on here that weren't involved in the process and didn't understand what it is they're trying to fix it. It might be easier to fix if we do it this year. That's my only comment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Good point.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
So I made a comment, and I was just trying to make sure that it can be done. All right, and I think it can. I think our dialogue, but I think some of the members are unclear about the dialogue that we had because we was hitting on several different things. All right, so tell me if I'm right. So it's possible to amend this current ordinance to keep the part where the mayor has to present, the budget, the city's current financial position, and be forthcoming with that. And it's also possible to say, hey, we want to eliminate the 3-judge panel where the bargaining units and administration will have to present and argue about where they are. But we can also, instead of that part, we can require both the administration and the bargaining units to present. This ain't the right term for it, but it's the only way that I can think through essentially a legal brief saying what their positions are and here's the reasons why. And the arbitrator can essentially rule on the briefs, so to speak, and that information can be provided to the council so that the council can be fully informed about the arbitrator's decision. And then at that point, once we have the ruling, so to speak, because I don't have the accurate terms for it, the council could then, take that in consideration when it ultimately makes the decision.
Yeah, and one other thing that you left out, and I don't know what they have to say about it, but there is at least a point where they get to argue for or against the recommendation made by the arbitrator. And that's immediately.
That's in the legal brief though, right?
No, that's immediately before third reading. We usually.
Oh, they get to come to council. Yeah. Okay, all right,
so
well.
You can keep that part and then move on from there.
Okay, because, council, here's where I am. I really like where I'm going in terms of, the dialogue with Attorney Wade, but, if you're uncomfortable being lobbied by, I just say what I think. If you're uncomfortable being lobbied by the administration or the associations, this is not the place for you. In this position, you have to make difficult decisions, but also you have to know what comes with the role. We have to be honest with ourselves that no matter what we do, we're going to have to make the final decision. We can't push off the authority of the council on anyone else. We, as a body, have to make a decision, and whatever decision it is, we have to stand on it, or as my nephew would say, we have to stand 10 toes on it. 10 toes down on whatever decision we make. We can't push it on anyone else. It is our responsibility to choose how this process goes, unless you bring another referendum to change the charter. I don't think that's going to happen, so this is where we are. We will have to make the decision. So y'all clearly know where I'm leaning. I need to spend a little bit more time to think about the unintended consequences, but that's where I'm leaning. So that's all. I'm out.
That's everybody. Any other questions? Okay.
I have a question. So
Go
are we
ahead.
voting? Are we going to digest this and vote?
Well, I had it down for it because that's what I realized after we did a motion and something else, is that it was down for a discussion and not for any action on today.
Madam Chair, is the third?
It's on the, yeah, it is. It's on the regular agenda downstairs.
Can someone tell me, this is a point of information, can someone tell me, assuming I had a amendment coming, can someone tell me the implications of moving the hold until the next meeting, if there's any implications, so that I can have time to thoroughly come up with an amendment? Or
You can, but it would have to be same 9 minutes. The date's in there is March 24th.
okay, so if I move the hold, the next time it'll have to be same 9 minutes. Can I move the hold up here? Because
Second, if you want to make a motion,
we have to do it downstairs.
We need to do it. She can do it from executive.
Do it exactly. Okay, so I'm making a motion to hold. Just know that an amendment is coming to this ordinance. Trust me that I'm gonna see it through and move the hold until the next meeting, and there will be a request from same 9 minutes at the next meeting. That's where I'm at. So I'll move.
And I'll second.
And
we'll do it in executive.
Councilman Carlisle, you
I was just saying, I just adding to the point, and I will say, since there is a hold into the parties, that means there's 3 weeks before this meeting and the next one for anything and everything, meaning like it should be all wrapped up. That right? I mean, I just want to point that out. All right.
Let me
Yes.
just say one thing. We put an arbitrary date for this paradigm of sharing information, financial information, March 15th. The administration advised the associations yesterday or whatever, they couldn't do it until the 23rd. So if you push this down the road, then there will not be any
wiggle room?
No, they won't use the formatting. Maybe they will voluntarily, but this requires them to come forward with detailed information to the associations. Without that, they may just give them
I mean, if they
a piece of paper, say, here you go.
So if they don't operate in good faith, and it's up to this body to hold them accountable, I believe the administration will. I choose to believe that, but I do like a lot of what's this. I'm assuming they can get it done. If they can't, we'll figure it out.
What I would suggest,
Yes, ma'am.
what I would suggest is that you consider the whole hold on the floor tonight, and if there's a way that I can accommodate what you want.
Okay, I'm not that good, but okay, I like that. I'm not that good. I just need some time.
Thank you. And I see a few people just, gesticulating out there in the audience. If there's some of you all that want to speak to us and tell us your concerns, we would like to hear them in the meantime. Councilman Spinoza, one last comment.
Thank you. And just procedurally, so if that were to happen today, if that were to happen, and it was voted on today, if Councilman Smiley wanted to change something, we could hold the minutes at the next meeting.
That's correct.
And you could do that too. So just throwing that out there procedurally, so thanks.
Thank you. And before we have no more items, right? And before we adjourn, and I'm sure that our former chairman, Councilman Canali, Mr. Smiley, my meeting is still going on.
I'm not the only one talking.
And Mr. Carlisle, thank you. I wanted to just, I'm sure that our chairman of the Public Safety Committee will do a formal moment of silence, but being that it's Personnel Committee, I did want to acknowledge our officer that was shot this week. We are praying for him and his family as well as other officers impacted. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the March 3rd meeting of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. Present. And Chairman Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, for those here in the committee room and those who are still sitting in your offices in the back, I want to start the committee meeting. I want to recognize and congratulate our newest Deputy Chief, Dennis McNeil Sr. Congratulations, sir. We congratulate you on your promotion, and we are so glad to have you as part of our senior leadership team of MPD. Secondly, and Councilwoman White mentioned it briefly in her committee, I know that all of you would like to hear an update. So Chief Davis, Mayor Young, and I visited Officer Molina the other day, and I've got to tell you, when I walked in the room, I almost collapsed. I expected to see something far different from what I saw. And he is a true walking, talking miracle. There is no doubt that he had his guardian angels with him on that day, because it could have been very different very quickly. And so, colleagues, just for us and for all of the general public, it's just a sobering reminder of the dangers that our officers face each and every day. They never know when they go on shift what is in front of them. So we can't thank them enough and give them enough praise for what they do and sacrifice, and the families and the sacrifices that their families make each and every day. But also, part of Officer Molina's guardian angels that night were our two MPD officers, Officer Preston and Officer Franklin. If they had not jumped into duty and done what they were trained to do so quickly and so efficiently, there's a good chance that Officer Molina would not be with us. So they are not here today, but I do want to publicly commend them, thank them, praise them for what they did for their fellow comrade. And that's another example of how our MPD is just one big family, looking out for each other, taking care of each other each and every day. So with that, colleagues, we do have two updates today. And Chief Davis, anything that you want to add to that, but I did want everybody to hear that and know how grateful we are as a city that Officer Molina is where he is today, because it could have been wildly different. So our prayers are still with him for his continued recovery. The city of Memphis is behind him and behind all of you that risk your lives each and every day. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Chief Davis.
Well, thank you, Chairman Canale. I can't say enough about this body, our council members and your leadership to reach out and want to be a part of going to visit, one of our officers. It didn't just mean a lot to our officer, but to his family and to the other officers that were in the environment to see, the chief, council members, and the mayor reaching out and really concerned and supportive of what this ordeal was all about. And as it was said, it could have been very different if it was a millimeter of an inch turned in another direction. It would have been a different kind of scenario. So we thank all of you. Thank you for your prayers, not just today and for Officer Torres Molina, but for our officers every day. By far, they are constantly going out and not knowing what they're going to face just on a simple traffic stop. So it's a blessing. Again, thank you. Today, we're going to give you a bit of an update on just public safety in general, and I'll start off with speaking. I didn't tell you all who I am. I'm C.J. Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street.
Assistant Chief Kula, 170 North Main Street.
Deputy Chief Andrew Brown, 170 North Main.
So I'll start off with slide one, task force update, Memphis Safe Initiative. And so the Memphis Police Department has led in many ways the Memphis Safe Task Force, which has contributed to crime reduction throughout our city. Using data-driven strategies, the department has deployed resources to the areas where they are needed most. And we have stayed very involved in making sure that enforcement and, analysis is driven by the data of where we need that level of support. Not just support on the streets, but also support in investigations as well. So as you can see, arrests during the operational period, which started October, felony arrests are at 3,155, and misdemeanor arrests are at 4,574. Our warrants, felony warrants, over 1,000 felony warrants have been executed, and with misdemeanor warrants, over 1,000 as well. We just hit 1,000 for misdemeanor warrants. Firearms, 1,876 firearms taken off of our streets. Currency, over $1 million in currency. And the currency, when it's seized, is related to normally some type of criminal activity, whether it's drugs, guns, or other theft-related types of charges. Traffic stops, over 82,000 traffic stops associated with the Memphis Safe Initiative. This also includes traffic stops of Tennessee Highway Patrol and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department and other individuals. Vehicles recovered that were stolen, over 1,000 vehicles have been recovered, stolen vehicles. Marijuana confiscated, over 2,000 pounds of marijuana and methamphetamine confiscated. Totals are 242 pounds of methamphetamine, which is a whole lot of drugs. Whole lot of drugs. And just as an update, as you know, a couple of days ago, there were shots fired at the some of the individuals of the Memphis State Task Force. Right now, that investigation is ongoing. Several different federal entities are involved in that investigation. Several rounds were found on the scene, so we are trying to support them as much as possible. That wasn't involving MPD officers. It was just a group of federal task force members that were fired upon. Okay, and so the next slide really gives you a quick look at crime reduction in our Part 1 offenses. They are down citywide, so we're down 26% in murders, 22% in aggravated assaults, 22% in sexual assaults, 31% in robberies, 21% in burglaries, 24% in larcenies, and motor vehicle thefts are at 43% reduction. Next slide. This is just another view, 3-year illustration of Part 1 crime. So for the month of January, there were significant reductions from 2024, 25, and 26. As you can see, in 2024, we were over 4,000 Part 1 crimes in January, in the month of January, and then in 2024, we were at 3,700 plus Part 1 crimes. And as you can see, for January 2026, a significant reduction of 1,908 Part 1 crimes, still moving in the right direction. And then for the month of February, same reductions in January compared, February compared to 2024, 2025, and then so far year to date for the month of February, as we ended the month of February, we ended the month with 1,678, significant reductions there. Measurable improvements in community safety. Here's another look at crime trends. Murders, 35 compared to 24. Aggravated assaults, 905 compared to 611. Almost 40% down. Sexual assaults, 106 compared to 53. And then robberies, more than 50%, 272 compared to 121. Burglaries, 618 compared to 436. Even though 436 is an improvement, burglaries are something that we have really been focusing on because it's still not where we want it to be. We still see a little bit of movement in certain parts of the city, so we're putting together strategies so that we can get on top of that and get that number down even more with our burglaries. As of late, Rain Station and also Austin P Station has had a few upticks in a couple of their wards in burglaries. And then in larcenies, a lot of those are shopliftings. Our larcenies are down as well. They're not where we want them to be, but we have business owners and community partners that are working with us on how to curtail shoplifting, how to use various types of mechanisms and awareness. We have business awareness forums so that we can help our businesses curtail some of the shoplifting that they see. And then motor vehicle thefts, that's a huge drop right there. And we're all really excited and happy about that because I think our auto thefts were a bit of a nemesis for the city in the last couple of years. So huge reductions, almost 60% down in motor vehicle thefts. Next slide. Here's a snapshot of every precinct. Starting with Austin P, they're down 41% year to date. Much fewer aggravated assaults in some of our precincts than we've seen in the past. However, we have a couple of apartment complexes that still present a little bit of a issue, but we try to get on top of it before it gets out of hand. Rain Station is down 39%. Mount Moriah Station, 44%. Crump Station, 40%. Tillman Station, 42%. North Main Station, which is our downtown precinct, down 37%. Airways is a whopping 50% down. And Appling Farm Station, 52%. Good work out there. And Ridgeway Station is down 46% in Part 1 crimes. Next slide. Our calls for service also down. January calls for service were about 16,000 less than January of 2024. That's a huge drop. And then in February, of course, keep in mind we had a lot of snow. So we crime fighters love snow. And we had a reduction in calls for service as well. About 7,400 less calls in the month of February as well. Traffic crashes are down about 12%. We've had 507 less accidents to respond to, which is huge. However, we are still working on various types of strategies as it relates to traffic crashes in the city. And not just that, we're doing some analysis on pedestrian fatalities and pedestrian injuries. Roads are pretty treacherous for people who are on foot. So we're planning to work on doing some analysis, not just about where, but who are the people who are being victimized the most as it relates to pedestrian fatality. Is it our residentially challenged population? You know, are there people who are just not using crosswalks and crossing the street in the wrong place? Is it lighting? So we're doing some analysis on that. The last thing I'll say is that domestic violence still is an issue in the city. However, we are down 13% in our domestic violence types of incidents. And over the last 28 days, we're about 10% down in domestic violence cases. But some of our homicides, sometimes a large portion of homicides are associated with domestic violence too. And barring any questions, that ends my report.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, just to echo what Chief Davis said, obviously there's still work to do, but this right here is something for us all to celebrate in all of our districts because it's citywide. These have been huge wins for our city and for the people of our city. And with that, I'm going to go to council members. Dr. Warren, followed by Councilman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I just had a question on the reductions that we had, like the reductions, crime reduction success part 1, crime down citywide. Was that 2025 data, and how much of that was before we had National Guard and all of that here? Because I know we had a safe task force working before we had the National Guard.
Yes.
Is there a way we can parcel that out to see if there's a dramatic increase with that, and we can say, okay, this is how many extra people we need?
Right.
Because every time I see a National Guard person, I've been telling you, we're hiring. Have you checked with Memphis Police Department? We're hiring.
Yeah.
So
we just did a commercial, so you'll see.
for the Guard? You're going to show, great.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we
so,
did. I mean, many of our officers are National Guard.
Oh, yeah. And, or ex-military or whatever. So, I mean, that makes perfect sense. And out of the 3 that I talked to, at one lit up. The other 2 guys obviously had rolled enough to have family someplace else, but the younger guy was thinking. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for helping to recruit. I'm gonna get Chief Brown to really talk about, because we've been really working to sort of bifurcate our numbers to ensure that we can keep track of what MPD's numbers were over the last 2 years, as we were consistently pushing every category down. And then, of course, having the task force here is like having, 200 additional officers.
In my mind, it's, what we've been saying, the 2,500 figure that we came to, it's just obvious when we got enough people, we're not working people to death. You're able to get out there and do their job. It just seems like it's so much better.
Yeah, our clearance rate is going up because our officers are having more time, investigators are having more time to spend on investigating cases, and we have federal resources, analysts and other individuals with the FBI that are working with our homicide unit. Our marshals are helping to identify people who have been at large, and they are working with us. That's why we've captured over 42 people, it's probably more now, 42 people with outstanding homicide warrants. That brings relief to families who have been waiting for somebody to catch that person who has committed, such a heinous act on one of their family members.
You also know how many people's lives you save when you do that.
Yes, that too. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Brown,
Mr.
did you want to touch on that real quick?
Yeah, so I just want to be very clear that the Memphis Police Department was doing the work beforehand. So just looking at the numbers, and I pulled the numbers up here from January 1st through September 30th, we were still down 22.9% in all Part 1 categories up until that time. So we finished kind of on the same track in most categories. The biggest exception would be our auto thefts. And going into the surge, we were 37.43% down in auto thefts. Obviously, it helped us a lot having the extra manpower here drive those numbers down even further. But, we still, if you look at the numbers on that slide that you had, Dr. Warren, those were already the numbers that we were seeing through the first of the year.
That's the point that I wanted to have everyone understand, because I want people to know what a good job you guys were doing. And I don't want people to think somehow we were just crying out for federal help and we would not be where we are or not be looking good had we not had the federal help come in. Admittedly, we're glad to have extra help. I mean, I know you guys are glad to have people do traffic duty so you can do crime duty. And so that's been helpful, but I just think that's an important part of our message that we need to get out for people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for this presentation, and I just have a few questions. We've had this presentation for a couple council meetings, so I've been able to kind of go through it, dissect it, look at it. But can you talk us through what the task force is really focusing on for the next quarter and the next few months, and what drove these priorities?
Okay. So I think what helped us to ensure that we had synergy with the task force is we started communicating from day one. about what was needed in the city. And we meet every morning virtually to really discuss the numbers and where the focus has been on the previous 24 hours. Because what we want is we want to make sure that the federal help that's here is focused in the areas and on the types of crimes that are being committed.
Okay.
So as we move forward, we still have, and I mentioned a couple of crime categories, burglaries, and every now and then we have, aggravated assault here and there. So what we're trying to do is marshal those resources to those areas with our officers. They actually go to every precinct every day at every roll call, and they are paired up with Memphis police officers. So they're not trying to figure it all out on their own out on the street. Of course, you may have, some of them doing other types of federal work without us, but for the most part, the lion's share of the work is being done aligned with Memphis police officers, with the exception of immigration.
Thank you for making that clear. I think you've answered one of my questions that I was going to ask. As I was going through the presentation and looking, and then just watching, and I had an opportunity to talk to one of your Homeland Security guys, had an opportunity to speak with him and some of his team members. They were at the White Station Neighborhood Watch, and we were just really excited that our Neighborhood Watch person was able in that area to get them to come and talk. And we also had the National Guards, which was really very informative, and questions that were just boiling in the back of constituents. They were able to ask them and be very transparent. My next question is, as I was looking at the data, and you just kind of said something, it says, what I want to know, can you just kind of talk us through what's getting in the way of resources coordination policies, and what can we do as a council or anyone to help you move faster?
That's a big question.
Yes, it is.
So some of what gets
That's when you give me time to.
I know, to dissect.
To dissect, yes.
I think my team could probably agree that we have really worked to get over whatever humps. We're using technology every day to work smarter and not harder. We're trying to work really closely with our U.S. attorney as well on federal cases and monitoring those state cases that we have. Our attorneys that are assigned, I don't think they're here today. I think they're at the academy today teaching. But our attorneys are also working really closely with our DA's office to ensure that when we make arrests, that especially on serious crimes, that those individuals are monitored through the process so that we don't have any gaps and loopholes where that individual, that person is out committing the same crime again. As it relates to policies, I think some of our nuisance policies and ordinances, I think we've been talking about how do we do better with code enforcement issues. Code enforcement isn't in our lane, but it cross-pollinates with the work that we do every day. If there's a nuisance property, it impacts public safety as well. And sometimes eliminating a nuisance property or mitigating that property can take a long time. And that's part of the whole, public safety ecosystem. So those are some things that I think as a city we could probably continue to work on.
And I'll just ask one more question. I have a few more, but I think this one is kind of more geared towards the neighborhoods and the community. And, when I looked at the numbers, at the crime trending numbers, and then what you're saying that's happening over in the precincts, the percentage that is happening in the precincts, are there any resource gaps or staffing gaps that are slowing down any implementation that would possibly affect any roles that the neighborhood association can play in identifying hotspots? And how are you all coordinating with and collaborating with the neighborhood associations, and how are they working together so there won't be such a fear of task force? It was one question that was asked in the neighborhood community, in our neighborhood meeting, was I think the task force may have been looking for someone. And, you know, this was an older, very older, settled community. And, you know, them just showing up kind of frightened them. And so how do we make it community safe? I know we can't tell them that, hey, we're coming, but not to have so much fear, and what gaps and implementations we probably can put in for the safety and the reassurance that MPD and the city of Memphis, we are concerned about our communities and how this is interacting.
So I think one of the proactive things that we've been doing is making sure that our neighborhood watch coordinators are bringing people together and using those forums to help sort of demystify the work and answer questions that our community members have. This past weekend, we inducted, I can't remember the number, it was several, about 170 new neighborhood watch groups, and a very big turnout, lots of, excitement about what we're doing as a police department, how important it is for our neighborhood watch and those forums to be there, to not just hear about, the work that we're doing, but also to have an opportunity to have dialogue about the Memphis Safe Task Force. Just like those individuals that showed up at the meeting that you were at. I heard how beneficial it was for community members to be able to ask questions. Many people don't know that our National Guard really are not the police.
They're not.
And they are here, and they're supporting us with visibility in certain areas and very strategically placed in certain areas. But I think us bringing our community members and getting them more engaged and mobilized in the community is a way for us to sort of dispel the myths about what's happening in the city.
And so this is the last question. This is probably going to be a hard one, and if you can think about it, fine. Are we ready to stand alone?
Well, I think we have captioned the saying, sustain the game. How do we sustain the game? And part of that is when the Safe Task Force, whenever it exits, we've gotten commitments from our U.S. Attorney's Office to help build the federal resources. And I think his voice in this administration is going to be critical in building more FBI agents, more ATF agents, more of those resources that Memphis should have had a long time ago. Our governor has committed to leaving 100 Tennessee Highway Patrol here. That's like me having 100 more officers on our street. We didn't have that. We didn't have 2 Tennessee Highway Patrol dedicated to Memphis. And so just to have those extra resources, it helps our officers to do the work, in the city, in the neighborhoods, and we'll still be on the interstates working side by side with them, but just not inundated with traffic issues. Our traffic is calmer, seeing less drive-out tags and so on. So we think sustaining the gain is to have that plan where we have those additional resources as we continue to do the work and continue to drive the numbers down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman or Vice Chairman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair Canale. Gosh, you're a pro. Such a good answer. Kind of answer, good answer.
Okay.
Very, it was good. I mean, the answer is yes, we need the sustained effort. Like, standalone is, it puts you in a position where it's like, it's a very fair question, but I understand the navigation there of, look, there isn't a police department in a major in the top 60 cities in the country because of the way that we've evolved that cannot, or that operates independently of federal and state resources. And it is by design that way. Like, it's by design. It's been that since we ramped up out of 2001. Like, it's been, So I guess really quickly, we agree crime's down, calls are down. MPD is leading the effort locally. We recognize the resources are there for visibility. What I guess where my question is going to come from is going to be kind of on the budget side, because we've often talked about complement for so many years, and we really haven't circled back to that. And today may not be the day because I'm not prepared to have it, but because we're cycling in. So what I want you to think about is, like, as you're speaking to the mayor and you're coming in and we're talking about like what sustained effort is, it's like, okay, 2,300 officers, the number, yeah, I mean, that would be great, because what you're really saying is the State Highway Patrol gives me from 2,000 to 21, I get Two Rivers Task Force, which gives me another, 50 to 75, depending on the day, maybe even more, depending on their resources. It's like, I get what you're saying, like, right? And like, when you say you're cross-utilizing, this is what's so frustrating, those resources, like, they are the most important thing possible, right? And it's, and whether they are employed by, it could be a block grant, whatever, I'm just saying the resources are there. So where I'm driving in at is we've always had this back and forth about retention, overtime, et cetera. I know that is not going to change under our current model because of that. Like, we'd either have to get so far beyond help from the federal government that you didn't need half the city, right? Like, you didn't need to patrol 300 plus square miles.
Right.
So where I'm driving with this is like, to the point of like standalone, like, are we going to be able to have a conversation of what you think, and I'm going to use this phrase, even though I'm not a marketing person, but like the modern Memphis Police Department's SOP is going forward based on its current complement and technological, arsenal, its federal and state resources. Like, what does our new labor model look like? Because I don't see a path between now and 20 years from now to 2,500 officers based on attrition and just the labor force. And like, that's not a Memphis problem. That's a labor force problem. Just like I'm sitting here talking to Philip Davis about CDL drivers and everybody else. It's like, I'm not going to go find 144 officers on top. What do we lose? We lose 200-300 a year, but we lose like 114 to 134, something like that we would call like our attrition number. So that means I got to go find 200 officers a year for 5 straight years, that's not going to happen.
Right.
Like, we have to acknowledge that in the money whip. And I don't want to get on that, but what I'm saying to you is at some point, as we are cycling in on these budgets, and you now have had a full run rate, and you probably through the summer, I think, with the task force is what I understand.
Yeah.
I'd be really curious if you and your team would get with that group, with TBI and those partners, and say, hey, let's take a look at like what our new memorandum of understanding about how we could operate, right, through this administration and those onward. Like, I know that whatever governor of the state of Tennessee recognizes is how important Memphis is, yada, yada, yada. You have a very unique perspective given your background and your current operating situation to make a recommendation for what the future complement and SOP could be on a broad scale about how we manage the city. So now, for me, you got to help me plug that into the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We can do it.
We'll get together, yeah.
All right.
And I'll probably circle back weeks from now. Like, I really want you guys to think about it. This is a unique opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. And thank you, Chief Davis and team. You all look so nice always when you come in here all shiny, especially now you're well rested and all that. But to build on what my colleague just said, I am interested in how we are scaling up the relationships with those non-law enforcement entities, agencies, the nonprofits and the churches to help, to his point, when they leave and things kind of start to get, we learn how to sustain the game.
Absolutely.
But in that interim, and those that's going to try to play you, and those that's try to see where they don't have the help now, whatever.
Right.
But my thought is, this is a great time, since we do have the help, to shore those opportunities and relationships up, because another thing that it needs to happen during this time is to redirect behaviors and figure out. I know at one time you were looking at repeat offenders or ag assault, retaliation, all that kind of thing. And so the behaviors that get people in, the young people that grow up to be adults that get into this behavior, parenting and second chance and mental health and all of those things that engaging the neighborhood and the people in changing behaviors and talking to, trying to get in at that level ahead of those, all the people leaving, when they leave, because those are going to need to be intact and functioning well across the city as a network to help combat the behaviors that were showing up prior to them, prior to the alphabet being here. I'll say that.
Yeah.
So is there anything or any thought being any relationship building and thought being given to how we can use this lull time to really strengthen those capacities and relationships?
I think we had already started it, you know, even before the Memphis Safe Task Force. We brought retired Colonel Kirkwood back. He has been doing a lot of work in bringing our clergy together. And with our Violent Crime Intervention Fund grant, they have been actually doing conflict resolution classes in churches, all kinds of other clergy collaboratives, and folks are coming on board. I met with him yesterday, and he just shared with me what that plan looks like. How do we use all those other resources that you're talking about? And also working with the Office of Neighborhood Safety, with Tamika and our group violence intervention. So we're having some synergy right now with everybody understanding how important it is that this other entity, police department doesn't have this service, but this other entity here has this service. We can't do conflict resolution, you know, at the academy, but, you know, First Baptist Broad is doing a class this weekend. And then we have one with Charlie Caswell with his group. And so what we're trying to do is tap into those other resources to do these other social service kinds of programs to just be sort of like a force multiplier outside of law enforcement, more proactive and more preventive. And we have just seen this groundswell of energy and people who are excited about being a part of that too. Yeah.
I think that'll be a viable way forward in helping, you know, with what Carla said about what does that model look like going forward, because that has to be integrated,
right,
you know, as part of changing behavior or intercepting, you know.
So, and I think with the recruiting piece, there are two different sort of issues to deal with. Plugging the hole in the bucket, you know, you're going to have attrition. You're going to have natural attrition. People going to retire. They're going to come out of the drop. They're going to go home. But having mass exodus, when people are going to other places, I got 5 officers coming back to the Memphis Police Department who went across to other agencies for a short period of time. They're coming back. So we're doing some good things, some things that continue to attract. I have a class of almost 100 folks right now. Got another class that's starting. It's going to be a little bit over 100. This is the first time we had 2 classes that were 100 back to back. I'm a little bit more optimistic, I guess, you know, maybe to a fault sometimes.
That's good.
But my folks are energized to meet some of these goals, to see whether or not we can get that number to 2,100 and 2,200. If we're doing as you know, as well as we are by just looking at how we move our manpower over the last 2 years by ourselves, standing alone, independent, and got crime down, another 100, another 200 will put some officers on foot patrol in places. You know, we'll get some of our officers out of vehicles and mobilize them in a different kind of way. We just haven't had that yet.
And young people like technology, so riding on horses and 2-wheelers and using technology, that'll attract some young people to the force as well, because they love that kind of stuff.
Yep, that's what that slide is right there. The helicopters, all of the technology.
Absolutely, all of those. Thank you.
All of the above.
Thank you. Thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Chief Davis,
yes,
all of MPD staff, we again thank you for the work that you do each and every day. Job well done. Colleagues, this highlights some great improvements, some great numbers, but there is one area that I do that we touched on. Chief Brown could probably speak much more intelligently than I could, but just the fact that 1,876 illegal firearms, hundreds of pounds of illicit drugs removed from our streets. We're talking about ballpark thousands of lives saved, right?
Yes, sir. So there's really no way to quantify it based on that, because no one will actually put a number to this amount of drugs saves this many lives. But when you look at the impact that has year over year, the more drugs you take off the street, the safer the community is, the safer our kids are. And so that's why we focus so heavily on it. And we all know that drugs and guns lead to more violent crimes. You can't have drugs without having guns, and you can't have guns without the violent crime that goes along with it. And I mean, it's not really quantifiable at this time, but it's significant.
Thank you, sir. Job well done. Keep up the good work. We support you 100%. Thank you for your time today. Thank you. Colleagues, anything else before public safety? We're adjourned.
Is 2:27, March 3rd, all day today, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Marizzi, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Chair Carlisle.
Present.
And Councilman Ford Sr.
Oh, and Councilman Ford Sr. We have 3 items on today's agenda. I've got item 1, which was requested by Councilwoman Logan. We'll hang tight, I guess, and as she makes, huh? Oh, she's coming? Okay. That's all right. It's fine. Let's just move on to, let's just move on to item 3. Resolution to establish rules of procedure of the Memphis City Council fiscal year 27 budget hearings, all council districts, sponsored by me, but really the Budget Committee. There's a request for same night minutes. This is the same rules and procedures from last year and is a perfunctory move.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by JSW. Any comments? Nope. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Excuse me. All those opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item goes down with favorable recommendation and same night minutes. Item number 1, an update from Law Division on allocation and appropriation of ARPA interest revenue, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to set the stage for this dialogue?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you for adding this to the agenda. Some time ago, at the end of last year, I think we approved the $900,000 for the, at that time, it was conservatorship program and just expansion on our abilities to attack or address blighted properties and issues that are surrounding that. And since then, that money has been moved and some work has been started. And I just would like, I ask the legal department to come and keep us informed on how that money is being used and what gains you're making with it and, where we're going with that. So with that being said, I would like to give opportunity for that to, for you to share on that. Chief Gibson.
Chief Gibson, welcome. The floor is yours, and thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Tanera Gibson, Chief Legal Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Standing in for our, it's a lot of, do you hear that? Should I use it? I'm standing in for our blight litigation manager because she had to run the environmental court because there's a nuisance matter we can't delay another day. Amen. And there's a lot of effort to delay, and we've got to get this done today. And so she needed to be over there at 2 o'clock, so I agreed to stand in for her. As far as the expenditures on the $900,000, so we sort of a multifaceted use. So initially we've used the funds to start litigating in Chancery Court, so litigating more complicated matters outside of environmental court. So we have filed the second one. We've hired outside counsel to assist Ms. Lester with that. We also have we've hired another blight prosecutor. We didn't have to wait for that, so that was very helpful that we were able to go ahead and do that now. We were able to right-size their salaries. They'd actually never been paid commensurate with the resolution that created them. And so this enabled us to do that right now, as opposed to waiting on that as well. We also have 4 outside counsel now that are handling our blight matter. So we've built a relatively robust blight prosecution team pretty quickly, and the allocation of these funds have aided us in that. And so far, with any litigation, any litigation arising from City Beautiful or blight matters or whatever the case may be, it's enabled us to be more aggressive. And so up to this point, we've spent about $500,000 on that endeavor. With respect to the hiring of a new blight prosecutor, and we're about to hire another one, that's about, so I don't have my glasses, that's about $250,000. We were able to shore up some of the resources that we provide to the Blight Litigation Clinic with this funding. We're looking at, and I talked to you about this briefly, and I try to say it high level because some of it I'd prefer to speak to in a confidential session, but it's enabled us to come up with some strategies that are somewhat non-conventional relating to the students that we're looking into to kind of expand the type of work that they're doing. And so that's enabled us to to provide more resources to the school in that way, at least at this moment. And we also were able to purchase litigation management, case management software. We were Clio, which is sort of the industry standard on these matters. 3-year subscription, $96,000 for three-year subscription. Up to this point, to just give you an example, all thousands of cases were being managed in an Excel spreadsheet. And so this has enabled us to come into 2026 and get our cases, enable us to manage our cases in a more efficient way so things aren't lost and we can litigate effectively. So up to this point, we've used all of it up to this point. So it's been very helpful, enabled us to move very quickly on some of these matters. So we do appreciate the council, allocating those funds for this use.
And how do you see that moving blight, mitigation of blight forward? I do know she kind of went in depth about the software and how important it was to have that really to be effective,
right,
as it relates to the cases in chancery versus environmental.
So when you have the number of cases that we have pending in chancery court, administrative matters, and environmental court, the respective forums, if you don't have software to manage it, it's not like it once was where lawyers may have had 20 or 30 cases at a time. Inevitably, there will be slippages. Inevitably, things will be missed if you're relying on a human to make entries into an Excel spreadsheet to manage cases. There are dates that could be missed. So these softwares have ticklers. They build into I have an overarching case management software that I bought for all the litigators that we purchased very recently because our software was outdated there as well. So it minimizes, my hope is that it eliminates, but at this point, I'll say it minimizes the risk of missing court dates or missing matters or missing defenses or missing anything. It just helps overall us to see the big picture on every case going forward in one space. And it builds, emails in. There's so many aspects of kind of the things that the litigators look at as they're prosecuting cases in this particular venue. And so that is very helpful from an organizational standpoint, and lets us, the more organized you are, the more together you are, obviously, the more you can handle.
Well, I know blight and environmental court and the issues that we have had over the years and the bottlenecking and, all of the continuance. And, when we do the work here, we get it to a certain point and then nothing happens and it has to come back. So this, to me, is really monumental in turning the corner in us being able to take responsibility and ownership of some of this blight and not have to rely on others. We can go ahead from start to finish and get rid of some of it. And so I'm looking forward to your continued work with what you have and the team that you've brought on for training. And hopefully we'll have it to where every district will eventually have a team that can attack blight in every district. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Thank you all for the work. We are going to do it. We are going to do it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Gibson. What will be helpful for me, and not now, but just as the litigation goes forward, is to be able to see kind of what the measure of success is, like with the dollars, kind of what the outcomes are in terms of the blighted properties, like how many have actually been turned over, how many are now back on the tax roll. And then at some point, again, it has to go a little while, but to be able to put a dollar amount, because it's just really difficult to be able to determine kind of what the benefit is and what the cost is, and then how we may need to, adjust that. So just kind of going forward, if you will talk to, who is the person that is?
Lonnie Lester.
Okay, yeah, no, Lonnie. If you could just get with her and ask her to start kind of developing some data points to start collecting, maybe on an Excel spreadsheet or something that can easily.
No Excel.
What? I mean, for her own person. Yes, I still use Excel spreadsheets.
Oh my Lord.
They're very helpful. Gosh, you AI people. But no, just however she decides, but it would be helpful to just see those data points of this is how many houses we turned over, this is how many are back on the tax roll, this is how much we're anticipated to collect in these taxes, to be able to really do some kind of dollar to expected return kind of analysis from these new efforts.
Yeah, and there's some that may not be, and I don't know if we can talk offline of how you want to handle sort of the benefits that are not readily quantifiable. Like, for instance, the nuisance closure, she literally ran to court to try to ensure it occurs today. And in that particular instance, there were, 17 overdoses in 12 months, multiple shootings, multiple robberies in a hotel environment. And so if we get that shut down permanently and ultimately converted to something else or demolished or whatever the case may be, what is the benefit to that community? And so I don't know if there's some benefit or some value you want her to look into. I don't know if maybe there's a study or something that might not be as readily quantifiable, but definitely benefit. So we can add that too if you'd like.
But just,
Any benefit that we receive, that's a great benefit.
Absolutely.
We've been not able to put a dollar amount on it, but it's a great benefit in many ways. And there is a dollar amount even attributed to it, even if we can't capture it.
Right.
But just some kind of report to be able to say, hey, this is how much we put towards this project, and here's our return on this project.
Absolutely.
and those are great testimonials. Right there.
We're working real hard at that one, all of them.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chief Gibson. Moving on to item number 2, which is an update on revenue collection, all council districts requested by the Budget Committee. Where's my last email? Last week. Oh, nice. All right, Chief Person continues the conversation. Do you want to pass out so I can't remember exactly where we left off. I know that we had the exchange of emails that gave us the 3 questions, but I guess as we've gone through this year, we're continuing trying to figure out where we're going to land on our projections. And so I guess let's go from there. Regala is passing out the City of Memphis's quarterly financial update that was provided by the administration, except for we made one ad, which was the column line, or this is just getting it to fit. Did we make that ad? Yes. Yeah, so we added the adopted, yes. So sorry. So what's being passed out now has 5 columns. You've got fiscal year budget adopted, fiscal year budget total, and then fiscal year forecast year total. And so what is if you look on the back, what's asterisk, and this is why we don't pay attention to the one that's next to adopted budget. And Walter, this is what I want to understand really quickly in this thing before we kind of get into the revenues, which is you've got an asterisk over fiscal year funding budget. No. You sent a document, we have an adopted budget of $177,861,167 in materials and supplies. But you've got a budget year, quote, total of $195,533,790. I don't know what that is. And then you've got a forecast, which is I know what that forecast is. That's specific to the roll forward and encumbrances. So I guess there's an asterisk note that says, funding budget equals adopted budget plus roll forward / carry forward encumbrances plus council approved adjustments. That's a lot to bury in a $20 million line item. So we need to understand, I guess, walk me through that $20 million swing from 177,861 to 195,533, or 18 mil. And then it bumps up to the forecast total, which is, what is that? Almost 30 million off. So you have 105% variance from budget to forecast, but you really actually have more than that. You have a $30 million variance from adopted to forecast. So what's in the number?
Thank you. Walter Person, 125 North Main. CFO. Give me a second, and I'll need to look at more detail around that.
Good. As Walter is going for this, here's the deal. I won't go back into it. I will just ask you to recall a series of comments that I made in our December meeting. Nothing has changed. And when I mean nothing has changed, the macro environment has not shifted back in our favor. So we've got to start understanding our expenses and priorities. And then we're going to touch on revenue here, which is a real problem that we have not touched on. And I was aware of the problem coming last summer in that TASR has been studying it, and I sit on that body. And it's a purely studying body that makes recommendations to the state legislation. So we'll talk about that in a second. And again, the reason this is driving is that we're off for 3 weeks. We come back on, what's today? Today's the 3rd, so we come back on the 24th. So we come back on the 24th, and then the next time we come together, the mayor presents his budget. So what I'm trying to do now is, I don't want to say set the stage is not the right phrasing, but like I'm putting it out there now that these things, like let me go ahead and prepare you for them so that you don't have this massive shock in your face in 4 weeks. Okay. What I cannot and will not be able to articulate to you, though, is any sort of finite specificity on what is going to happen, but I can tell you the trends are not going to be in our favor. And that's a financial comment, not a political comment, although politics are involved. All right, I'm just going to skip to I'm just going to let y'all figure it out. So here, I'm going to read this. So here, y'all keep going on your end. Unless y'all take the time because I want the answer right. So here's what's happening. You can pass this out. There is a bill called HB 780 that is moving through the House that it's already been approved. They did. Has the Senate bill been the last? Yeah, that's right. Because we did study it. Okay, yeah, sorry. It was approved last year, goes into effect with this year's funding budget. Thank you. Yeah, it was last summer. Sorry. What it's going to do is change how the state allocates funding on an annual basis. And so because they could not get down here and because there's not visibility, or rather the mayor is not prepared, which I will grant him that, to share that number because he wants to exhaust all executive options, that's fine. That's his prerogative. I don't hold any ill will. However, we have a different, we have our own set. And as the budget chairman, I think it's important to get it out there for us. So I asked Cliff Lippard, who is the director of TASR, they are purely a research wing, to answer, give my lead-in question for him that we asked him. I've just got the response. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. Thank you. Having a day. All right, basically, here's the deal. Regal, thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the potential effects of Public Chapter 501, Acts of 2025, HB 780, which will result in changes to the way the state determines certified populations for the purpose of distributing state-shared tax revenue to counties and municipalities. Previously, the certified populations were updated with each decennial census or in the interim if a city conducted its own special census. With the new law, in addition to any special censuses conducted, certified populations will be updated annually based on population estimates. As part of producing the annual population estimates, the Tennessee State Data Center has indicated that it will integrate special census results into estimates and adjust aggregate population totals to reflect special censuses. This came from a PhD, if you hadn't been able to tell. TASR staff reached out to the TASR staff reached out to the Tennessee State Data Center to understand more about their methodology, and we will provide an update if we hear from them. This means that the proportion of funds that communities receive each year is likely to change annually. So where it was smoothed out, so like we lost the hall income tax. Mayor Strickland, very adept attorney in how he talked. We're losing that money. True. But we were smoothed out because the state share had to come in and make it whole. That's changing. And what makes it really difficult for us and what will make it even more difficult for the CFO is trying to plan for that. Now, it'll smooth out because your population's not going to have these big jumps, but you won't know to a T what your real smoothing is going to look like. The bottom line The effect of the new law will be to apportion a greater share of state shared tax revenue to fast-growing counties and cities. Conversely, counties and cities with slower population growth or population decreases will be apportioned a smaller share. To answer your specific questions, current population trends for the city of Memphis, Shelby County, Metro Nashville, and Davidson County. First bullet point. Over the last 5 years, the Census Bureau estimates show population decreasing for the city of Memphis and Shelby County. Over the same period, show population increasing for Metro and Davidson. No surprise. It's uncertain whether these trends will continue. They could be affected by various factors like blue oval. Second question, how these trends could affect our current budget. Based on our conversations with the Department of Revenue staff, the new law will have no effect on fiscal year 25-26. That's the year that we are currently in. If applicable, how this could impact the fiscal year 27 budget. Our understanding is that the new certified populations will be used to apportion state shared revenue for the fiscal year 26-27. Based on conversations with the Department of Revenue staff, the new certified populations will be used to implement the allocations for July 2026 collections, which are allocated to cities in August of 26. As stated above, the effect of the new law will be apportioned a greater share of state shared tax revenue to fast-growing counties and cities. We don't know what the total state shared tax revenues will be, but the MTAS, Municipal Technical Advisory Service, has released per capita estimates of the state shared tax revenue for fiscal years 6 and 7. The link is there, and it'll be in your emails and available to the public, and you can go and see that. It's going to be about a $10 million hit. So we had this conversation in December, which is we are getting pounded from both sides. And I just, there's really not a big discussion to say other than we're going into budget season and that has to be there. Okay. I'll open the floor if anybody wants to. I don't have a lot of the questions or answers that you're going to have for me on this specific item, only because I'm not an expert on this bill. And that's why I reached out to Dr. Lippard, is trying to get some visibility and understanding as we are barreling down here. You know, I will tell you, having sat on that committee, the goal, just so everybody understands, was not to be punitive. There was significant wrangling from smaller counties that are in a much more financial strain than Memphis ever would have put in, because it's going to hurt them worse. You know, because if you're not growing, you're dying. And what the state's basically saying is we're going to get behind our horses and reinvest. So, all right, I'm going to move on from that. But that's the tone. That's where we're at on the impacts of that bill coming down the pipeline. And it's outside of Walter's control. I mean, he can't do much about it. Mayor is, my understanding, again, I don't want to speak for his administration, but I could only assume that he is addressing that as rapidly as possible to see what he can do. All right, Walter, on the 20 mil, are we ready? Ish?
Well, I have some high-level numbers, but I don't have anything that reconciles back to the 20 million.
I'll take building blocks at this point.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're looking at, and I think we speak to this a little bit when we talked about 8 days ago. We had a little bit of an impact to IT, and I think we're looking at about 1.2, 1.3 million there. That is from payment of professional services fees. We have seen a general increase across the population for professional services for all of the divisions. Fire, of course, is driving additional expenses in that space as well. I don't have the specificity to give you block by block for the 20 million, but those are the general drivers for that. Right. Is mostly in professional services.
Yeah, then in between now and then, let's just get it emailed over.
Yeah, I can.
We
get
have
it
to break that
clarified
down
for you, and I can get you something no later than probably by council time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say an increase of 1.2 in IT?
In IT, yes, ma'am. That was the most specific one I could talk to, but it's really across the board. If you really look at what's happened in our space, professional services have increased a lot for a lot of spaces. GS has had some increases. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now, but I can get that back to you.
And I'm going to go to Councilman Logan, but I will say this. I've looked through the budget. I've said this a million times. I know like 10% of what I want to know. But you're never, or not never, it is very hard to go in there and be like, got it, that's the one. Like, that's the smoking gun. It is so incremental as you would expect in a large business. That's like why I always kind of go back to directors and I'm like, manage your business, manage your business, manage your business. Because it's in $25,000, $50,000, $200,000 hits. And like, if I said to somebody, the average person in Memphis, hey, we blew 250 grand or we spent 250 grand, they would be taken aback. It's a lot of money, right? When the average salary in the city is probably in the 25s or 35s. I don't know what it is, but I mean, it's not high. My point is when you say, I spent $200,000 in a $1 billion budget, it doesn't sound like a lot, but you do that 35 times and it starts to add up. And then you start to say, oh my God, we shot ourselves in the foot. I'll give you kind of an anecdotal one. I was on Zepbound. I'll talk about it. We spend $13 million a year as the self-insured city of Memphis on just weight loss drugs alone, right? And you start to look at that as an expense. And again, I'm not making a point that we should move away from it. I'm just saying if I had said that to you, you would have never believed me. Because but then when I'm like, oh, $14 million, that's a lot of affordable housing. Or that's a lot of whatever. And so, sure, that's fair too, Jeff. And my point is that I could point to many different examples. And this body uses the term, and I'm gonna shut up on this last note, because the mayor has his, and you have yours individually, and we have ours as the body. It comes back to priorities. And this year, my biggest thing is that we do not have or should not believe that we have the flexibility and open checkbook to where we don't actually have to pick a priority to and say goodbye to a few. Now, the way that gets done is our budget process. And I just, in my own individual capacity, I'm telling you, we really need to be judicious this year going into that season. And we're having a lot of conversations around that, but this is why. I mean, our expenses are way above where we thought they were going to be, and our revenues are basically below where they thought they're going to be. And we've got 120 days left in the year, and there's nothing on the horizon that says it's going to change dramatically. I will say we've got a lot of great things coming in May that could drive up sales tax, but a lot of that stuff's baked in there. So for us as a body, as you get requests as the year ends, like I know people will come and you're going to say, well, it's only 20 grand or 50 grand. Like those things will matter. I promise it's going to start to matter. I feel like I'm lecturing because I got lost. Sorry, Councilwoman Logan.
Oh, no problem. You're not lecturing at all. This is why we do what we do. This is where we need to do it at. And I'm glad, I appreciate you bringing this. It's very sobering. And when you think about the fact that we're also in a war, you know, and things are going to be impacting at a macro level, which trickles down in government to a micro. So it's great for us to be able to begin to think about these things and the health of our city. And as we always talk about, our credit rating, our rainy day fund, and all of that. So I'm appreciative that we're starting early to talk about what I am concerned about or would like to know. I know that you said that you were going to bring that information back because you don't know right now. At what point do we start to know or keep up with that? And we only have 120 days left. So.
Yes, Councilwoman. And part of the reason I didn't know is I was prepared to talk more about revenue today. But I have been conferring, as you've seen, with my budget manager. And we've been able to kind of quickly put together that it's mostly city shop charges. Utilities are a big driver. Legal expenses are a big driver. It's a variety, but because M&S is a broad category. And what I typically like to do when I prepare for these is give you more granularity, which, again, I don't have exactly right now. But those are the big drivers that's causing, in addition to the professional services.
But you will be able to identify them when you come back. We will get that, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan answered one of my questions, but I wanted to go back to IT. What did you say? It was 1.2 million?
Yes, ma'am. When we spoke last Monday, we talked at some length about the need for software as a service. The typical acronym is SaaS for that they needed, big software programs, big systemic software program license upgrades. Those tend to increase at a rate faster than inflation. So one of the things that has happened is though we tried to budget for it, the rate of increase was higher than we budgeted for, which led to about a $1.3 million gap between the amount of money that we had originally budgeted for to pay for those expenses and what these companies are now charging.
Okay, I better hold on because Vice Chair did say something. The question I'm about to ask, probably don't even have an answer for it right now, so I'll just wait. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
So this question is not necessarily about this, but the conversation brought to mind, we were all looking forward to 2027 when, the big debt cliff. Where are we with that? Is it still what we thought it was going to be?
No, ma'am. I think, and this is getting into some history that I hadn't been around fully for, but I'm going to paraphrase as best I can. When the original debt cliff was projected, it was projected with a view toward us having no additional debt issuances from the time that the debt cliff was originally envisioned to now, basically. So it was envisioned at about a $60 million level. When we issued the Accelerate Memphis bonds, that brought us down to the mid-40s in terms of level. We've had several other refundings and debt issuances since then. The long story short is, if you really looked at it right now, we're well lower than where we plan to be. Well,
ain't no money
lower.
there. And I swear, if you went back and looked 2 years ago, there was never there. If you go back and look at tape 2 years ago, you'll see me sitting somewhere on this dais saying there's not going to be any money there. The bonds the bond debt service ate through all of your available cash. Furthermore, you leverage your balance sheet, which costs us more capital because it increased our borrowing costs. This is our issue, y'all. Like, this is what I was saying in December. Like, I'm going to keep pounding this thing, and it's not political. Like, we have got to put on business hats now. Hard decisions are coming. And, like, the only way through it is to have a very sober, serious conversation, see through it, and then we can all go high-five later. But until we have that, like the high-fiving stopping on the front end, we'll be right back here again. That's just my opinion. I mean, I always feel like I'm the Debbie Downer in these things, but, I mean, I already walked us through. I mean, I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but, I walked us through it. We raised taxes. We spent an incremental $500 million, and we're broke still. Where's the money? I know Joe's probably like, hell yeah, I've been saying this for years. But my point is, I'm not here to look back. We've got a job to do in front of us, and this is my point. As we go into this budget season, it needs to be eyes wide open. Yeah. Because, I've said this again, I always feel like Martavius. I was on the school board. I've been here 6 years. I got 2 years left. The budgets we put in place aren't going to impact me in any way other than being a citizen here, and they've got to be set up for success. And I'm not. It is always so hard because people get their feelings hurt so quickly down here when they get their toes stepped on. And it's I'm not here to hurt your feelings. I'm here to make sure we're all doing our jobs. And I know everybody else feels the same way about that. But I'm gonna end this because we've got to get on with our day. This is a sobering conversation. I'm glad we're having it now. Walter, for his, I've worked closely with him, is trying to lift a mountain. It's a very difficult task he's got. But we still have to do the job. So I'm going to leave it. I'm sorry. No. I'm saying for me, I was looking back. No, I look back. I'm always the one saying we shouldn't have done that. I mean, hindsight's great, but the only reason, I'll give one last anecdote. We left healthcare oversight yesterday, and we asked for 3 things throughout the meeting. And when we were finished with the meeting, it was my first one, and there were 2 retirees, and I believe John Covington and Matt Tomek was on the line. And they sit in these committees much longer and have much more experience. And I just simply look down and go, I don't know, what do you guys need? And they said, nothing really. And I said, great. All I want us to do is show back up next quarter with the 3 things that we talked about doing completed. That's the bar. And that's what I'm saying is We need to make it that simple. We need A completed, let's go do A. Did A go well? No. What went wrong? Great. Now next time we'll go do B. And like, that seems to be a trudge sometimes. And again, I'm not impugning the mayor or the administration. I'm talking generally, like through two administrations of how it can function and the things that have to change because we are out of federal funding. Like the state, y'all had to cut us a $500 million check for our sports facilities, our major tourism district, like just to get going. They cut $100 million check for downtown safety revitalization. That's after we got $500 million out of Accelerate Memphis and $300 million from CARES and ARPA. Okay. So that's that. On that note, I'm adding a new item because it's my committee and it's part of audit. And because y'all had a very big discussion around the fairgrounds, and I have yet to get this, a letter will be going out from Vice Chair White and I on behalf of the Budget Committee and the body asking for this very simple thing. A cost accounting of what is known as the Fairgrounds Project. Cost segmented out. So this is how it works in a private development if there wasn't a single nickel of public money. I got a $100 million deal. I'm gonna borrow 80% against the bank. I'm borrowing $80 million in debt. I'm gonna put $20 million of my own money in. The first $20 million that goes in is my money. The next $80 million is the bank's money. The bank is gonna ask me every month how I spent their money with photo proof. If I say I bought 50 refrigerators, I gotta take a picture of 50 refrigerators and send it to them. That's a true story. Send out a bank inspector every single month. If I build a mixed-use project, I would have to tell my accountant to go cost segment the project so that I can tell the IRS and the federal government what my taxable basis is in the project. So the reason I'm setting the stage for that is when you tell me that you do site work on a multi-acre property for multiple uses and you don't know what each use has on an allocation basis, that means you didn't do a cost seg, so you don't actually know what your book value in the property is. So therefore, you couldn't even have a pilot, you couldn't take depreciation, and if you were to sell it, you wouldn't have a tax basis. So I want a cost accounting of the Fairgrounds TDZ for the entirety of CAM space. So if you built a road, that would be a shared cost in the cost seg. It wouldn't belong to the hotel. It wouldn't belong to the apartments. It wouldn't belong to the sports facility. It wouldn't belong to the Liberty Bowl. I want to know how much cash and where it's been spent to date on the retail component, the mixed-use apartments, the hotel, the Liberty Bowl, and the sports facility by use, because they are legally separate parcels under the Tennessee, either the Plat or the Tennessee Condo Act. Either way, they have to have cost segs attached to them. And the reason I want to know that is I don't know a single person who would run a business because we are the owners of those assets. I couldn't tell you if we were in an actual board meeting today what your invested capital is in return. Furthermore, and no offense to anybody, not trying to be a jerk, I couldn't tell you when the project's going to be delivered with any real certainty. And we continually have cash going into it. Like, again, I recognize there are certain positions where the only solution is to develop your way out of them, and I believe the mayor is choosing that path. That is his prerogative. That is a fair option to make. That being said, this body, or at least I am through putting yes on things until I actually know at a level that I would do in my business where this money is coming in from and where it is going, and that it is market. And that we're going to get what we paid for. So today is the 3rd. That project has been on the books since 2015 or 16. If I can't get a cost accounting of that project to date in 4 weeks, I'm going to have an even bigger issue. All right. Thank you. Lastly, I know Melrose, I'll address Melrose from here. It falls in the same line. If Melrose has it, because we should do it from the public. I was asked about Melrose, if you don't mind, as the HCD chair. My understanding is that there might be a deadline, and I don't want a tax credit deadline to miss. But here's the deal. The document, it's on the administration to bring this body documents that are like ready to go. And what ends up happening is it starts to be like, well, who's at fault? Like, if your developers need an option, it needs to be an actual option. This body shouldn't be recommended to approve a deal that they don't know how much money that they have invested in it, where that money's been spent, like what the fees are, like all those things. And even then, not a single person on this body, myself included, who's been doing this for 20 years, has put eyes on the lease that is referenced multiple times in the option agreement. And in the option agreement, you have a blank for a loan. It says the city shall loan blank at blank years at blank percent. Who would say yes to that? Don't bring me that in the first place. That's my frustration. It's not that I don't want to meet with you. It's that I shouldn't have to. It's a waste of time. Stop doing it. Like, when you guys show up with multi-million-dollar developments, you should be coming like you were the developer going down to the CCRFC, because that is about one of the most, in coming here, like the amount of tight ship stuff you have to have, like buttoned up to come up here as a private developer when it's not with the city is different. I don't know why we don't hold the city accountable. They're the ones spending billions of dollars. And you're like, well, that's your job. I'm saying I'm here to start doing it, and I'm going to be unabashed about it, because I'm the one, along with all of you, that continually gets phone calls. I mean, Councilman, it's your district. I want you to have that hotel. I want that apartment building open for you. So I'm going to get finally off my soapbox. It's 3:08, but this stuff, and my time left here is, like, at least from my position, I'm going to start to be as professional as I can about it, but I'm going to be very firm on these stances. I'm tired of being the nice guy and be like, we'll get it next time, because the next time starts to turn into an administration. And with term limits, I'm not giving it up. I appreciate everybody's patience, even if you're thinking inside your head, why won't he shut up? You get 3 weeks off from me, and I usually don't speak in many of these committees anymore, because this is the thing that matters the most to me, because it's the money. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to discuss that? Walter, okay, I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, we're going to get a whole bunch of info over the next couple
Okay.
weeks. And I think what I'm really trying to do is politely, cordially, but firmly, because our performance, let me say this, if we were in a FedEx boardroom, AutoZone, IP, you pick a local company, I don't care.
This,
And you miss your revenue projections and you miss your budget expenses as bad as we have this year, it is a very difficult conversation. And I'm just saying that I refuse to go into budget season like this isn't happening. That's just me. So that being said, I've got a good partner. I've got good partners. They want to help. They want to provide information. We have a very difficult task, but I refuse for us to not be sober about it going into it. I need to get us moving on. We've got many other things to do. Again, I appreciate the continued cooperation from some of my partners. If you want to get something passed today, you got to gut your option on the deal. You got to take the loan out. You got to take anything that would bind the body. What we're basically doing is giving the developers permission to go and seek the application for the loan, the tax credits. And that's because if I heard the feedback today correctly, the package wasn't tight enough to approve. That's not on us. That's on y'all. Like, for real, that stuff's got to stop happening. No other business before this body. We're adjourned.
Yeah. Do planning and zoning committee, they said. Would be easy, they said. Just kidding. Welcome to Memphis City Council Planning and Zoning Committee. Today's Tuesday, March the 3rd, 2026. Happy birthday, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Clay, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Councilman Walker.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren. And Committee Chair Spinoza.
I'm here, Clay. Thank you. 4 items on the agenda. We are going to hold item number 3, and I guess we'll need to bring that up in executive, but we're going to hold item number 3 until April the 14th. Without objection, that's a request from Attorney Wade. So item number 3 will hold till April the 14th. So we've got 3 items on the agenda. We're supposed to have 40 minutes today. We're behind. But I want us to still get our 40 minutes in. So item number 1, presentation outlining the ongoing process and next steps for updating the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, zoning map, and zoning code, all council districts. This was requested by your humble chairman. So, Brett, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development, 125 North Main. And today, Mr. Nicholas Wardrop will give you a presentation. We're happy to answer your questions as well.
Good afternoon, council members. Nicholas Wardrop, Division of Planning and Development. We're here today to give you a brief sort of status update on our ongoing effort to update both the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan and the Unified Development Code, the zoning code. We know that you've been getting questions about it, your staff's been getting questions about it, and we've been getting many of the same questions about our timeline, what the work is we're doing. So we want to just come here today and give you, a quick presentation, clear up anything, and time permitting, give you a chance to ask your questions. So what exactly are we doing? We are updating 3 distinct but very related documents. The first being, of course, the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, which was adopted in 2019. We've been working for the past 2 years on a 5-year update to the comprehensive plan. The other 2 documents are the 2 halves of the UDC, of the zoning code. One is the map, of course, that divides the city into districts, and the other is the code text. Again, these are the 3 documents we're going to be bringing to you this summer and asking for your approval. But again, they're 3 distinct documents. They're very related, and so we've been running a somewhat concurrent joined public engagement process on the 3 of them over the past nearly 3 years now. So just speaking in general terms, if you get questions about what these 3 things are and what makes them distinct, the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan, as it relates to this conversation, is the vision. It's the big picture. It is the answer to the question, what do I want my neighborhood to look like in 20 years? What do I want my city to look like in 20 years? That's, of course, very high level. That can mean a million different things. The comprehensive plan is a guide, and I highlighted that word guide, for land use, housing, transportation, everything related to what we want our city to look like. Its goal is really to coordinate public and private investment, make sure they're working together. And as it's relevant to this conversation, it sets the policy direction for zoning updates, both in terms of, developer comes to us and asks us to change the zoning to accommodate their project, and, as we're talking about today, a comprehensive citywide zoning update, which we've been working on as well. So document number 2 is the zoning map. This is the map that divides the city up into all the various zoning districts. What we're currently working on, and we'll have a proposal for you this summer, will be a comprehensive overhaul, the first citywide redo of the zoning map since 1951 in 75 years. Part of this process is to align that map to all the decisions we made as part of the comprehensive plan in 2019, which we didn't do back then. And a big goal of this is to, direct development back to the core of the city. That's the major sort of battle cry that we've been talking about throughout this whole thing. And we hope that this map, when we bring it to you a little later on this year, will do that. Finally, we're also updating the code text of the UDCU. This was last done in 2011. This is the document that regulates development in all the various zoning districts, as opposed to guides like Memphis 3.0. Our major goal with this is to simplify the text. The text is mainly from 2011, some part from the 80s, some part from the early 2000s. It's ballooned over the decades to 542 pages. We're hoping we can get it down to 250 or somewhere in that neighborhood. Our goal really is to increase transparency, predictability, and collapse all those decades of changes into one cohesive code. So those are the three documents. Again, we're updating. We've been doing a public engagement process for nearly 3 years now on updating these three things. And again, we're going to be bringing drafts to you this summer and asking for your approval on them. So where are we at right now? Like I mentioned, we've been working on this in some form or fashion since early 2023. So we're nearly 3 years into this process. We've held 42 formal public engagement meetings throughout 2024 and 2025. And on top of that, held dozens of informal small group sessions with neighborhood stakeholders, too many to count. The main thing we wanted to share today and call your attention to today is back in mid-February, we published a first draft of that zoning map. It's available online. You can review it. You can see what the changes are from the current zoning. And most importantly, you can leave your comments directly on the map. We've also published a YouTube tutorial, to help folks, if they've never heard of zoning before. It's about a 45-minute tutorial spread across 2 videos, but it's intended to help folks who literally have never heard zoning before. We have explainer sheets for each individual district in the proposed code. And we've got some various topic guides, showing housing, what the different housing types under the new code are, that sort of thing. And then my slide here says we've got 50 comments we've already got on the map. We've actually, I checked this morning, have 70. So we're excited about that, and we hope we get a lot more. And that's part of why we're here today, is to, kind of increase public awareness. That's how we got to where we're at today. Coming up, we're continuing to hold public engagement sessions throughout March. We held a successful one last night at Crosstown Concourse. We've got 8 more scheduled throughout the month of March. We're reviewing comments left on the online map. Part of what I do on a day-to-day right now is, reviewing comments we got in the evening before, responding, having that internal conversation about what we're going to do. Currently, we're finalizing the draft code text. We're 90% there. We're working through with our legal team and some other folks. We're going to have a public full draft of that in March that folks will be able to review, and there'll be a separate public review period for folks can read the whole thing. They can ask us questions. And again, we'll have all 3 items to you, asking for a vote on them in summer of this year. To close out why this matters, as you're aware, the mayor has set an ambitious goal of having 10,000 new or renovated homes by 2030. These zoning changes are not only going to make them help make that possible, but the goal is to direct that new construction back to the historic core of our city. Another thing is our current code is set up to react. We've sat here and when we approved the 2019, the comprehensive plan in 2019, we waited on developers to come to us, and then we reviewed their projects as whether or not they met the plan. What we're proposing to do now is to plan in advance, to go out and be proactive in determining what we're going to allow and what we're not, and telling our development community clear yes and no, get on the bus or get off. Additionally, our tagline for this whole project has been simple, clear direction. We want to improve administrative efficiency. The code, because it has sections from different eras, is sometimes conflicts itself, and it causes a lot of administrative hassle and headache. We're trying to improve administrative efficiency and also create clarity and understanding both for residents and for the development community. If constituents reach out and want to get involved, learn more, we've got 8 more public engagement sessions scheduled throughout the month of March. All our resources, the best way to keep up with this process is 901udcupdate.com. Again, I'll plug, you can leave comments directly on the map. That's the best way for folks to make sure that someone on our staff is going to read it and take it into account and discuss it internally. Additionally, folks can email us at zoning@memphistn.gov or call our main desk line at 636-6619. Here you can see on your screen our public engagement events we've got scheduled throughout the month of March. I'll say we've already done 2 of them, but the 2 main ones we're plugging right now is we're going to be at Crosstown tomorrow and Saturday. Those are the big ones we're trying to get the best turnout we can get. So with that, I will be available for your questions.
Nick, thank you. Brett, you too. You know, we were texting last night and you were at the meeting at Crosstown. I know Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue first, but you attended one. Where was yours? Yeah, in Raleigh, Fraser, where I grew up. But yeah, I asked y'all to come today. This is a huge deal, council members. I think y'all are all very aware of this, but I guess about 4 weeks ago, I started getting emails. Everybody was so freaked out that we were going to vote on this and like it was going to be done like 2 weeks ago. And it was like, no, it's not. So, you know, I went to the one at Leftwich. Y'all have done such a good job communicating to this point, and I know you'll continue to do that. So I may even ask you to come back and do this to kick off every committee meeting, just so we can know the dates. And I would encourage y'all to please go to at least one. I've had some constituents that came in at a 10 out of 10 on a motion and then spend, 5 or 10 minutes with Nick. We got it down to a 7. And it's good to be at a 10. I can get it to a 10 sometimes too. But, down to a 7, back up to a 10, down to a 5. But there are wins and conversations that need to be had by all of us on this council with constituents and legitimate concerns and things that we've all talked about. And y'all have been nothing but fantastic. The whole team has been. So I want to compliment you on that. And we've got, 90 days, 120 days before anything's voted on, something like that. So there's plenty of time for all of us to go to these meetings and learn more about it on behalf of our constituents and work with y'all. So I just want to thank y'all for that and thank you for the presentation. And Brett, looks like you want to say something, but yeah.
I did. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say that thank you for that. I've seen people come in even last night at a 10, and after talking through some things, we're down to a 4, and we're excited and getting comments that'll actually help us prepare and bring this forward to you. And I did want to say, this is 2-pronged, really 3, but our land use and development services is what you used to see me as the zoning administrator. We administer the zoning code. We also have our comp planning team that's here with us, and they've been a huge part of it. We've been working together really well and attending the meetings for both of these. And so it's a great team effort. And so we look forward to more of that. So.
Thank you. And, JB, Councilman Smiley earlier today was joking, but he was comparing stuff to LUCB and, all the paperwork that we get and that we go through. And council members, I want you all to know we're trying to condense things down to just smaller bite-sized things for us as they come before us in committee meetings. So thank you for working with me through all that. I was actually talking with Brown Gill last night for a little while, so he's on the LUCB board. But I'm done with my comments. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your passion in this area as well. Thank you all for the presentation. Just a couple questions. Now, first I want to say, I have been dealing with Memphis 3.0 since the beginning, before the first time, and I'm a huge supporter. I totally believe in Memphis 3.0 in theory and concept, and know that we need to have this, and any city that's worth its weight in gold, and plan to grow and really connect it, want the community involved. This is a great project. What I do want to say, I do feel that, and I don't know why, but the first round there was more public engagement that I'm seeing now, or understanding. I'm not certain what the barrier or the issue is now, but I do think it's important for us to work very hard to get more people engaged and introduced and understanding what's going on with the second phase 2, just to have buy-in so that later there's not a public outcry that we didn't know, we didn't have an opportunity, nobody told me, I didn't understand, and those rules are in place, So I wanted to get a feel from you as to what we can do over the next 120 days? I know your team has worked very hard and done very well, a great job of putting all of this together. So, you know, you definitely don't want that to be in vain. So what do you all feel, or what are you seeing, what are you hearing from the community as the ones that do come out? And just when you're out and about, when people are getting emails or those public outcries, what are you hearing and how are you addressing that between now and the next 120 days?
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I will say, I think that part of the maybe perception of the different engagement, it's more spread out for this update. We still had 42 meetings just for the comp plan, which is what we had the first time, which was the 3 meetings in each district. So that engagement was the same, but I think it was a little more spread out, and we've been doing it for almost 3 years. So I think that some of the early meetings we haven't, we've maybe kind of forgotten about. But these new set of meetings that we're having, we are still talking about the comp plan as well as the code update and the plan, zoning map update, which comes out of the comprehensive plan. So, this engagement that we have 8 meetings scheduled, and as we continue to move forward, we'll be looking for other opportunities and looking for places that need additional engagement. Our teams have been getting questions for individual meetings in neighborhoods, and just with neighborhood organizations, really small, and they've been going and having those that are not, they're not shown on any website or any map. Some notes are, but we've had many of those. And so what we're doing with that information, we've made adjustments throughout this to the comp plan, also the zoning map. We do look at the comments every day, and there are some that, have a question about why are we thinking about rezoning this property. And, we look at those, and there may be a good reason that we can explain. There may be something that, we can reconsider. And the same thing with the zoning code update. We've already made, through this process, adjustments when we hear things from constituents that are things that we feel like are reasonable adjustments. So
I appreciate that. Do you know how many people have been through this second round, like the total number of attendees or community? You know how you go in and you sign in? So have you quantified?
Christina Crutchfield, she is the administrator of comp planning.
Hey, Christina.
You went up here in the first place.
It's like testifying before Congress. Have a seat.
Yeah, that's why we want to make sure that she and her team were here as well.
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Christina Crutchfield, Edinburgh. I'm with the Office of Comprehensive Planning, 125 North Main Street. So, unique attendees we had throughout the 14, my watch. Okay, we had right under 1,500 unique attendees. Our big number of like how many times did our office or LUDs do something and have some person be either online survey in some way interact with us. Our big number is actually 35,000 interactions throughout the 5-year update process.
This phase 2?
Yes.
And when you say 30, so you went from 1,500 to 35,000. That's a big difference. What's the difference?
So the big number includes social media. It includes surveys. It includes how many engagement points. So it may be we had the regular 3 Raleigh community meetings, and then we had the follow-up meeting with Raleigh Community Council and all of those things. So how many individual touch points? That's the 35,000. How many people showed up, signed into community meetings? That's right around 1,500.
Okay. And the reason why I ask is because we're making some big changes in our city and the way it looks in future use based on these numbers and engagements and comments and things like that. And just want to make certain that we're getting a accurate look, not very small amount of people. That's why I'm asking, not just to be asking, but because that matters. It means a lot, and we're using this document as like a land use Bible, and so we want to make sure that it's not, we're not not pigeonholing the information. Thank you. I yield back.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. And for the record, we had Councilwoman Cooper Sutton join us like right after we started, so she's here. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, we've got Councilman Warren in the queue, and then Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
I just have a quick comment. I think there's a lot of fear out in the community, and there's been some active disinformation groups there spreading what is not really real about what we're trying to do. So as you hear comments, be aware of that. I mean, there's signs out in the neighborhood and things like that. And it's got to do with groups that don't understand this or trying to like present it in a way that isn't exactly what it is. So that's there. So be aware. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today and sharing this information. I did attend the walkthrough at the Whitehaven branch last week, and I judged that it went well. As far as getting the word out and communicating to the public, who does the marketing, communications, creates the collateral, flyers, messaging for this initiative?
So originally for the 5-year update, we had a partnership with a local community development intermediary, Building Memphis, and they were in charge of helping us get in contact with the community organizations that they already work with, and then also doing the engagement and helping us with social media and those things. Those are for the original 3 meetings in each district. We were actually able to hire a in-house engagement manager who is now helping us get all that information. So a dedicated staff person for engagement is how we're working currently.
So when you say engagement, are you referring to the flyers?
Yes, ma'am.
So somebody in your office in this building has been doing the flyers?
For these last meetings that are current, yes.
Okay, can you follow up with me offline and let me know who that is?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Any more council members want to speak on this? All right, we'll see you all next week or at a neighborhood meeting. All right, that's it for item number 1. Thank you. All right, item number 2. We've been here 18 minutes. I'm trying to be aware of time. So we've got another 20 minutes left in committee. And we've got 2 more items. So item number 2, presentation and resolution on efforts to address short-term rental issues, all council districts, sponsored again by your humble chairman. So we've got some members of the audience with Safeways, if y'all don't mind to approach. And then Chief Zena, would you mind to join us up here? So I'll just share comments, and I think I speak for all the council members. I made notes. And again, I want to be aware of time, but I feel like it's important to say this. So since the first neighborhood meeting that Councilman Canale and I had at Geisman when I got on the council again, so that was 2 years ago, short-term rentals are an issue. Everybody knows it. We get a ton of calls, and it's in our face every day. But I've been to over 24 neighborhood meetings where there have been issues, or that my office that I have, where we followed up on them. 7 of them were shootings. There were 2 deaths. 4 of them were meetings that happened within 24, 72 hours in the neighborhoods where I went. So I'm sick of this, and I think everybody is. And it's the thing that's been frustrating is what can we do as a council? And that's been a thing that we've all been frustrated with, that we've been explaining to constituents. A lot of times they're like, man, you got to do something for us. And it's like, I promise you we're working on it. So today is essentially 13 months. And I know there's 42 slides in your presentation. Well, 2 weeks ago, there was this many slides. There's state laws. I want to thank Senator Taylor. I want to thank Representative Parkinson. He passed a House bill recently. So today's resolution is something that we can do as a council, and I consider this a launch point for us today. So a yes vote is supporting a plan for us to address short-term rental properties and implement some change. One last thing before I give them the floor. We were prepared, had all this put together, and I called Chief Zena. I brought him in, and he said, my goodness, this is fantastic. We're doing something too. And so there's some things that he'll be able to speak to today. And there was going to be a financial ask today. I withdrew that ask because I want us to have a financial ask, but I think we need to to go through those waters together here over the next 90 days and figure out what that is. But there will be a financial ask tied to this in the budget. But that's it for my comments. If y'all don't mind, introduce yourself. You've got your presentation, and we'll eagerly listen to what you have to say. Thank you.
Rogers, compliance manager at Safeways, address 6064 Apple Tree Drive, Suite 7.
Joe Gurley, Executive Director of Safeways, 6064 Apple Tree Drive, Suite number 7.
Board Director at Safeways, 395 Goodwin Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111.
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure.
And again, we're not going to go over every single slide.
We're going to make this kind of brief because actually, when we first started this, well, first of all, Safeways, sorry. All y'all know who Safeways is. If not, I'm going to go ahead and get y'all updated again. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We work with apartment complexes, and we've also worked with single-family homes to lower crime through SEPTED and through data from the police department on the crimes that happen on these properties. This same model that we use can be used with the short-term rentals. We have put together this, and of course, as we went through this to begin with, it was doing everything that the city was doing with their online stuff, and now they have a new AI, so now we're going to get together and do a partnership with this. And we haven't had all those meetings yet. It's just been a couple talks, but everything looks like it's going to go. So I'm going to kind of quickly go through these slides because this is going to change.
Well, let me interject real quick.
Okay.
This goes back to Binghamton and the Red Oaks apartment complex. So, council members, about a year and a half ago, we focused with Tillman Precinct, the owners of the Red Oaks apartment complex. It was either number 1, 2, or 3 every month for years as far as violence goes. And we started having monthly and bi-monthly meetings there with officers from Tillman Precinct, the property owners, and I think about Miss Jadita on Carpenter Street. There were 3 shootings at the Art Garden. There was just a lot of violence, and this was before the Memphis Safe Task Force. I mean, this was two years ago. And this group stepped in, and that's how I initially learned about y'all. And within 6 months, that Red Oaks was removed from the top 10 list, and that's when all these STR issues started coming up. And we were like, hey, why can't you sprinkle the Safeways recipe on short-term rentals? Can we talk about that? And then it's been the journey of what can we do as a council and what the state, and this is all about enforcing the laws that we have. So at the end of the day, I want to say one more thing. And I'm not going to name a name, but what we found, for example, through all this research is that there's a property owner, an individual that has over 150 homes. The majority of people that do this, are doing a great job, but if you took all those properties that person has, they're one of the top 3 offenders or top 5 offenders as if they own an apartment complex. And these are the things that we need to focus on. And so they've got the data, and they've got the history, and they've got the track record of doing great work. And I just wanted to say that, because that's how we got here today. So thanks.
So our basic proposal is we just want to get the support, the prevention, the accountability, and the coordination, and work with the city departments that are actually working to do this, that are now doing AI, but there are things that are there that are not going to be able to be done by AI. And it's going to have to be somebody on the ground that's actually doing that work, and we would like to do that work. Yep.
If y'all go to slide 24 on the presentation.
So
it shows all the ordinances and the laws. That we could enforce.
That's not it. The next slide. Next one. Next one. Next one. There we are. Okay, so this is a current
ordinance. So short-term rentals require a permit to be in operation. The permit required before operation was before July 1, 2023, you did not have to have a permit. Those are the permit application fees. They're good for 365 days. Responsible party has to be within 50 miles, and the permit must be visibly posted. None of this stuff is being done on the 90% of the short-term rentals that are in Memphis. They're only on the ones that actually are doing the right thing and signing up. The rest of them are renting this without, and they're also on the Airbnb apps without the permit, and they're operating without any regulation whatsoever. And that's part of what this would help turn around. Next slide.
Councilwoman Logan, you have a question on that? Oh, he's done, okay.
There are non-compliance conditions, the operating without a valid permit. There are fines and everything that are already set up through this body that's already in place. That, but you were not locating the actual people to be able to use these ordinances against. And that's where we come in. We're going to help find those, and of course, the help with the AI. This is going to also do that as well. Next slide. Okay. On the apartment complexes, they can actually have a short-term rental in them, but it has to be less than 5%. 5% is the max. The total number of units. And
anything more than 5%, the permits.
Yep, that's just for the apartments. Next slide. So, question came up on the anti-trespass for commercial use. And I did check with D.A. Morroy to get his opinion. And they are a commercial business when they turn them into a short-term rental. So therefore, when you have something that happens at a party or a violation, you could use this as a next step to have it on the put it on the house, so that when the officers arrive for the next party that happens, they can actually do something to disperse that party instead of just telling them to go inside and turn the music down, because nobody's supposed to be on that property by the anti-trespass. So they can actually have an enforcement action done right then instead of later. Next slide. So this was our original scope of work before talking to the other agencies, was the permit verification, police call monitoring for 30, 90, and 180 days. So we will be providing the police monitoring for the 30, 90, and 180 days at all the STRs that we can get identified. So we will know within a couple of days when a call is made or a report is made at the short-term rental. So instead of waiting for 5, 6, 10 of them to not be identified, they'll be now identified immediately. And then this body can take action. We also will be doing arrest category reporting, looking for any felony arrests that are made. Those will also be identified. 311 documentation. That's just not for the actual STR on how they had a party and it's got trash everywhere, and we get a call from neighborhood, or y'all get a call from somebody in the neighborhood and says, they had a party here this weekend. Well, we go out and take a look, and trash everywhere, beer cans everywhere. We take pictures of all of that and send that in for y'all to be able to handle that situation, because right now that's not being done. Violent crime calls and arrests, okay, I did that. Operation without a permit, like I've already said, we'll be checking for those with the help of the other city unit. Yep. And then the SEPTED to be used on these as they have problems, to actually make sure that they don't have the overgrown bushes, that they're not having the low trees, actually helping make the crime happen there.
All right, so I'm going to stop you there. So we got two council members that want to speak, but again, a launch point today, a launch point conversation, and the expectation is that we would be getting reports every 30 days, every week, once all this is implemented. But the expectation today for the resolution, again, there's going to be a funding ask in the budget. I did not put that in the resolution today on purpose, but y'all will come back here in 90 days with some data. And actually, if I would like for Chief Zena to share some thoughts on this as well, because we really did. We changed this. There was an ask, and we had a whole bunch of stuff put together, and then excited for Chief Zena to speak on this.
Thank you. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilman Spinoza, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I know, obviously, from my last role and this one, this issue has been one that this council has, and this administration has been very concerned about. As we've talked about many times, the state law around short-term rentals kind of ties one hand behind our backs. So we're operating with really limited capacity in what we can do. So, for example, a lot of the standards that are in the current ordinance were standards that were put in place in 2023 when we made that update, and those standards would only apply to short-term rentals that started operation after that date of July 1st, 2023. And so we talked before about how difficult it is trying to, regulate short-term rentals, given the fact that we have two different laws that we have to apply based on the state law, and the fact that since short-term rentals are essentially platformed by a private entity, Airbnb, VRBO, others, the availability of data and information about each individual unit is very hard to come by. So the AI was something that was mentioned a couple of times. I want to speak to that for a second. So in July of last year, when you all established the Division of Community Enhancement, one of the things that actually I believe I asked Councilman Warren, and he sponsored, was to take the responsibility of enforcing the short-term rental ordinance from Public Works and give it to Planning and Development. And since then, the leadership in Planning and Development, they got a much better director than the last guy. So what they've done now with the new guy. What they've been working on is to pursue a technology system, and they've been looking at a number of different potential vendors, and I believe they've decided on one, right? And is the PO issued? Okay, so they have. Okay, good. They have a PO issued with a company called Deckard Technologies, and essentially what they do is they do a daily scrape of platforms, and they're gathering every bit of data about listings in our community that is necessary for us to be able to enforce the laws we have on our books. So one of the things that it says is, I mentioned a moment ago that there's one set of rules if you're pre-July 2023. There's one set of rules if you're post-July 2023. Well, this technology allows us to be able to categorize and know what is pre-July 2023 and what's post. That's a huge benefit that we didn't have before. It also allows us, the division, to know how long these rentals have been operating, and more importantly, if there's a gap in operations, what that gap is. Why that's important is because the state law essentially says if they discontinue use for 30 consecutive months, then they're not grandfathered in that old law anymore. So that helps us to be able to know now what falls into the new law just through using that technology, okay? So when Councilman Spinoza brought this up, my immediate reaction is this is great because Planning and Development already has some work that they're doing around the technology. And what we could do is through a partnership with whoever it may be able to just amplify the resources that we're throwing towards this issue in the community. So I appreciate Councilman Spinoza's partnership on thinking through this. And then Safeways, you guys, I know you've already met today with DPD to get the conversation started. And so I expect over the next 90 days, more conversations to come about how this partnership looks, assuming you all vote this today.
Yep, thank you. Real quick, if we could get a motion in a second on this item, I'd appreciate that. All right, so there's a resolution. So, so motion was made by Councilwoman Logan and seconded by Dr. Warren. Thank you, Councilman Canale. All those in favor of this going downstairs with the positive recommendation, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right, so motion was made, properly seconded, and it's going to go downstairs with the positive recommendation. The chairwoman, we are behind, has asked me to go ahead and wrap this thing up. I have two council members that have questions. She's saying no, but I want to be respectful of that. So quick question and on the record, and then y'all get with them afterwards. I just wanted to be on the record. Yeah.
And I can give it to you after. I want to know the difference between what they're doing and what you were doing, how the state limited what we could do through the process we were trying to go through, and how this will be different. And if, this will encompass what we were trying to do.
Oh, I want to answer that now, but it's good. It's
Can
good.
I
There's
answer
a
that
good
very
answer.
quickly?
It is
The
important.
limits are the same. The state law is the same. What this allows is for us to just throw all resources that we can within the limits that we have. And so that's going to be over the next 90 days what DPD, Safeways are working together to scope out what role is planning and development playing, what role is Safeway playing, and are we covering essentially are we leaving every stone, turned over to be able to attack this problem?
Councilman Canale.
Mine's really quick.
Don't get me in trouble.
It's a yes or no answer. I would like to tax these guys at the commercial rate instead of the residential rate. Is that possible? Yes or no?
Can we tax them at the commercial rate rather than the residential rate? The answer is no, based on the definition. If it's a single family structure, the answer is no.
But if they own 160 of them?
Because, this is a Tennessee constitutional issue. However, the income generation is a criteria that can be used by the tax assessor to be able to set the appraisal of the property. I have had a conversation with Jay Bailey over at the assessor's office, and he is interested in looking at income generation as a factor. The technology that DPD has acquired also has a module that gives them information about the sales that are being generated on a property-by-property basis, which could be information that they could consider at the assessor's office.
This will make our city safer. It's going to keep neighborhoods safe. It's just the start of it. And then, of course, there's revenue and cost savings all across the board. So thank you, council members. Pierce, you wanted to say something. Say it. Then we got to go 30 seconds.
Applaud having a bigger list, which is what the city has worked on, and a more comprehensive list of which properties. That makes the work of Safeways even bigger and more necessary. We've always had a list of apartments. We know where they are. We'll find out and do more work.
Thank you. And we're going to do item 4 downstairs.